we're live. Painkiller Already, episode 301 with our guest Shoenice. Kyle?
Got a few sponsors tonight. Got Naturebox coming back, Squarespace, TrackR, and Blue Apron. We'll talk more about each of those later on in the show. There are links down below in the description if you want to check them out right now. But let's get right into it. We got Shoenice here.
We got fucking Shoenice on the show.
Yeah, man.
How are you, man?
Madman.
Hey, guys.
Known globally as just the consumer of refuse and the guzzler of alcohol. Like, just I've seen you on all kinds of like clip shows and on TV and on articles around the internet. And we watched the Vice documentary about you recently. Tell us what it's like to be you.
Well, basically, I've been an entertainer all my life. I've been eating crazy stuff since I was like 5. These dudes brought one of their mom's brand new tampons out into the yard, and they like to dip them in water, and they'd open up like umbrellas.
Yeah.
I said, give me that, I'll eat it. And I thought it was just like some kind of a rolled up thing from a first aid kit.
No.
I think I was 6, so I ate it, but it was dry, and I didn't realize that tampons open up in your throat like an umbrella. So I'm choking in the yard,
like
string
a
hanging
mattress
out of my mouth. The kids, even the bullies, were scared, so I knew I must have been screwed up. My mom came out, yanked the tampon out of my mouth, smacked me in the butt, and the rest is history. I mean, through elementary, high school, always being sent to the office, I used to stand up against the cafeteria wall, let people dip their old napkins in from their lunch trays and their milks, and throw them at me like giant spitballs, and I'd try and catch them in my mouth.
So I got to ask.
Cafeteria aides would just sit there. Are you kidding me?
That's horrible.
I was always at the special table, but I wasn't really special. They always wondered why I didn't blink much, you know what I mean? I blink maybe once every 30 minutes. So.
Yeah, like that kid on Deliverance playing the guitar.
So yeah, I came into this roofing world, and it sucked, but I was in the roofing industry for 20 years. And
that's the worst. Wait, can I ask you? I want to ask you about that. And let's rewind a little bit. I want to talk about when you first start eating the awful things in school. Now, I've heard someone say that was pica, when you're compelled to eat objects. But as Taylor pointed out to me the other day, I think that's usually like, I want to eat dirt. I want to eat like just anything like you can put your hands on, you want to consume. So it wasn't that, was it? It was more about getting attention, getting friends.
Well, exactly. Not friends, because I was just a good-looking guy and a class clown. Usually class clowns are goofy-looking.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it just like I had all the jocks, the burnouts, the women. I mean, everybody. The teachers were hitting on me. So, basically, pica, they got me confused with that disease, but I do agree with the word pica. P-I-C-A, paid in cash always. You know what I mean? So, yeah, that's what I used to tell the counselors. They were just always looking at me, and they'd be like, all these doctors would be like, we're really not sure we can do anything here. Your mom's waiting out in the car. You know what I mean?
So the first time you ate something that wasn't food was the tampon, and the way you describe it was like you were choking on the ground and people were concerned for you. Like when that was over and she pulled the tampon by the string out of your mouth, were you still like fearful, or were you got like a rush? Like, I can't wait to eat glue and sticks and little rocks I find on the road.
Yeah, because when I was like 3.5, 4 years old, I found a pack of my father's non-filtered Camel cigarettes, and I ate that whole pack and I turned blue. I mean, like, it was a story that was always in the family. I don't remember. So I think I don't know, my mouth crazed. I mean, because I don't mind glue. And I'd like to take this moment out to do a little sponsorship from my buddies at PKA, who sent me money to get my own drink during this interview, and I chose the Max. Thanks, guys.
Elmer's makes the tastiest of glues, I've heard, so that was a good pick.
I feel like we didn't introduce... We assume that everyone knew who Shoenice 22 is. If people don't know, he has hundreds, if not thousands, of videos on YouTube, Shoenice 22. and he eats things that you would think would kill people. It includes drinking. Is it a liter? What does vodka come in? Like the big thing?
It's
like a
750 milliliter, were my usual slams, but
3/4 of a liter.
3/4 of a
two
liter
half-gallon
of vodka. He drinks wood glue. He eats things.
It's important as to what Woody's saying. This isn't like an eating channel where it's, I'm going to eat a bunch of burgers, or look at how many hot dogs I can eat. It's actual poison. It's actual poison.
Formula
that he
409.
eats.
Didn't you drink
It's
that?
like that scene at the end of Princess Bride. He's always preparing for a showdown like that, where he's been preparing by eating poison for years.
It's one of those channels that you show to a friend, and you're like, you won't believe what this guy does. He eats a whole thing of caulk, and they're like, no, he doesn't. And then they watch it, and then they're like, okay, well, what else does he eat? And then you just go through the whole catalog.
So you brought up the caulk. I don't think caulk digests. So please tell us what happens after you eat the caulk. Do you have...
Well, let's do a little history on eating caulk.
Okay.
Got to say that carefully. So I would always, as a roofer, you'd always have to do some... I would never eat the silicone. That would go on my pants and, it hardens up, whatever. But latex, something about it. I used to wipe it to make it smooth on a gutter edge, something in construction, and I'd just lick it. And all these people are like, that wasn't real. I mean, you have to poke No, you don't have to poke the cheap tubes. And any painter knows when you got to get something done, you don't have a lot of money. They got the cheap ones. I heated it up in the microwave, so it came out like frosting. And it's just latex, bro. I mean, it goes through your system easier than an eraser.
Takes all the nutrients out. That's not good. I don't microwave anything now after I learned that.
But wait, so that actually answers the question. In my head, this thing stays as caulk, and when you poop, you probably have an all-white poop on the other side.
I imagine it like a long, coil, butthole, circumference.
Just
tube.
take a candy bar and put it on your glove.
And you take it out of the toilet. It's a silicone rope that you could just coil up and sit around your plunger and just add more to it every day until eventually you melt it back down and reconsume it, I guess, for a real big stunt.
Like a giant tapeworm?
I really want to know the answer. When the caulk goes through, is it still caulk on the back end?
No. 98.6 is your body temperature. It's going through stomach acid. I mean, they should make bulletproof vests out of corn kernels because that's the only thing recognizable in my shoe. No, I don't know if we can swear.
That works.
Yeah, we can swear.
We don't use bad words on this show. We use a lot of bad words on this show.
But it was the whole thing.
Aside from corn, I know you said it was only corn, but what are the other things that you catch on the back end? Like you've eaten...
anything wax. Like if I slam liquid wax, it immediately turns hard, and then that's what one trick of that is. Somebody almost choked to death. I said, don't try that. I'm a professional idiot with decades of experience.
Crayons?
I mean... anything wax comes out and you can see it, like crayons. L.A. Beast showed a picture of his crayons after they, but I don't like posting videos of feces. That's why I quit. I quit Live Leak because I couldn't go to that website and look at all that death and destruction. I'm all about feeding the homeless. You guys gave me $25 for a bottle of wine or scotch. I bought glue, seen a Mexican old man broken down on the side of the road. I said, well, you need gas. He couldn't understand, so I went over to his gas tank, said, jump in. We went over to the place. He took his can, got some gas, went inside, came back. He had Doritos, a six-pack of beer, some Slim Jims. I said, you get any gas? He's like, yeah. And the thing was like a quarter full. We went back. He didn't even have enough gas to get it into the line. So I was like, all right, bro, I'm out of here. But Woody's Gamer Tag helped you out today.
See, I'm glad we didn't give him the $100, Woody. You were right. If we give him $100, he'd have been in the ghetto somewhere, filling everybody's tank up, getting everybody Twinkies.
Can't have that.
I'm bad with money. I'm bad with money when I'm with the home. I turn around to throw money at the homeless. I do this one thing with this one lady. She's old and haggard, but I do the $2 crumpled up over my thing, and she catches it in the wind on the corner every, maybe once a week I see her, but it's so funny, and people honk and they cheer when she catches it. They don't even know what the hell's going on. But
when's the last time you gave something to the homeless, Kyle?
I gave a guy I guess maybe like a year and a half, 2 years ago. There was one at the red light. I gave him the ones that I keep in my
Oh, you're a brother in my book, dude. One time. I mean, there's millions that'll never do it.
That's the
Taylor?
last time.
Probably the ones that I would pass after like a Blues game in downtown St. Louis, I wouldn't stop because when I was a little kid, my dad gave me like $1 to go give to one of them, and when I did, they like snatched my arm real quick, and it freaked me out. But I gave like $5. I usually give money 1 out of like 8, 9 times at those little corners where like as long as I'm not way back. Because I feel like a dick if like you're way like 10 cars back and they're on the corner and you roll it down, wave $1 at them, and they have to sprint over, like desperate for it. I feel like I'm kind of an asshole. But
I
probably
saw
like
Woody,
year and a half ago.
I witnessed Woody giving a homeless gentleman a 20 one time, and but I thought that guy was a bit of a scam artist. He like had like a
giant hand. I don't know how he did that. He's like, I gotta go to
Denver,
the doctor.
I've been in the. Sorry. But I've been in the Denver homeless scene for like 3 years. But me and my brother, we've been helping out the homeless since we were teenagers. Our mom just instilled it in us. But in Denver, I knew who was just spending it on meth. And they get all mad when I give them tacos. They were like, where's the dollar bill? And when I was in my drinking days until New Year's Eve, we would sit there and I'd get everybody drunk, high, and whatever. And, you know, I controlled what they did, you know, like 20, 30 of them for a year. They called me the most famous not homeless guy in Denver because they knew the truth. But
so you had a band of homeless people.
Oh, without a doubt. I go down to the line. It's 12 p.m. I got people in high places, bro, because this one guy sleeps on these church steps. They got to be like 28 steps high. Let me take a shot of this glue, guys. I appreciate it.
Please do.
Man.
Please do. That's great. He is pouring the glue into his mouth where it's just flowing. Oh, how does it taste?
Something
off.
I'm telling you, something about this Max, it's like biting into the side of a piece of IKEA furniture. I mean, it just tastes. I remember this now from another video, but that is like some good stuff, man. And you pay the money for it.
Yeah. So when you eat stuff that's
tastes
crazy,
like a 2x4.
Do you? Well, by the way, real quick,
let me warn everybody that comes into your channel. I've been watching Woody's gamer tag for a while. I knew he had a big server on some video game, but I don't know what a server is, and I never played Minecraft. But don't ever attempt anything that I ever do on my channel if you happen to go over there and watch it. I'm a professional idiot with a side of alcoholism for decades. Okay, guys? That's all I had to say. Go ahead, Woody.
That was Taylor. Yeah, go ahead, Taylor.
The way, if you guys are listening audio only, the way that he ate the glue was the way that someone eats glue. If this is you can't even count what time this is that you've eaten glue.
It's how an 8-year-old eats chocolate sauce. Just bottle like 3 inches above his mouth, head turned up like nom 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 nom.
He was drinking it the way that like Michael Jordan and Mia Hamm were drinking Gatorade in those commercials from like the early 2000s, just dumping it in there, not missing any.
That's how I eat Ready Whip, right? Tilt it up, let the can 3 inches away from your mouth, and
mistake. See, that's a mistake. See, you should be able to you want to put it horizontally. That way you get some whipped cream and a buzz at the same time.
Yes, nitrous oxide.
Right.
I'm telling you, man, this is like high-powered energy drink shit in the glue world. That MAX means something. 'Cause it just ain't regular.
Wood together well.
It means it's very good wood glue. That's what that means.
Let's see if it's flammable.
Oh, God.
We're good.
When you eat something like that, is it more that you enjoy eating something that you know you're not supposed to be eating, or is there something about all the weird flavors of the various poisons that you eat that you're like, I kind of like that?
It's all about a dare, bro. And YouTube 10 years or 6 years ago just let me amplify the dareness in me. Don't ever double dog dare me. I did a 350-pound sorority girl that a fraternity said, you bring back her underwear, we'll give you $50. It was my buddy's fraternity. I didn't even go to a fraternity. I was an honorary member in like 19 of them over a 20-year period.
You're like Bluto.
I got done with this chick. The next morning I wake up and I thought my head was up against the wall and she was behind me, but her back was the wall, you know? I get up and I try and leave. She's like, oh, no, you can't leave. You said you're taking me to breakfast. I said, when did I say that? When your thighs were closed up against my ears and I couldn't say anything for an hour? I'm running across the soccer field to this thing with her panties flapping in the wind. I mean, it's slowing me down like a parachute on a dragster car. I get back to the fraternity. They spent all the money. Nobody's got $5. And I was like, all right, at least you got a half keg. And just threw the panties in the air. Legendary from 88. Sorry. When I remember a story, I'm just going to throw it out.
You weren't a
student
at the school,
because there's so many of them. I'm like Forrest Gump, for real. I had braces on my legs as a kid. I went to war and back, and I had a son with a girl named Jenny. Go figure.
I don't have any documentation on like 2 or 3 of those things you just said, so I'm just going to take them with a grain of salt.
All right. So Chiz reached out to you and asked you to be on the show, right? And I guess you said yes, and at some point the negotiation got to this. If I don't hear from you by tomorrow, I'll figure you back down like the rest of the pussy channels on YouTube. Tell Harley to go fuck himself when you see him again. Your podcast looks like a lesbian book club anyway. Have a nice life, broski. All right.
First off, I would always be a part of your world, even if you didn't have me on, because, just as I can understand, maybe somebody emailed your work and said, Shoenice scams people, and just sent you like 100 of them. And then you say, well, we don't really need this guy. But in the end, I probably got like 6 grown men that are actual drunk haters in Google Hangouts, and they just plan all these stupid conspiracies against me. And I think it's pretty cool because I formed all the hate on purpose. But to get back to you on that thing, can you quote me again? There was something
I'd love to. Tell Harley to. I'll figure you back down like the rest of it. Tell Harley to go fuck himself. And your podcast looks like a lesbian book club. That's the part I'm most excited about, really. I really think we should swap out RSK with LBC. Right?
When I used to do stand-up comedy, I used to open up for headliners in upstate New York. And I wouldn't get paid, but I get more laughs than people would scream, bring back the guy that doesn't get paid. And I was just sitting there. And the group of women were down in front, and I said, well, what's this, the lesbian book club? I knew it was a bachelorette party, but, I mean, people got up off their feet and were clapping, so I just ripped on these people for, like, that's where the lesbian book club. You guys look like, I mean, dudes that I would go to Vegas with, like, for real, man. The next Mark Wahlberg entourage. I'll be the star. I mean, I know you are too, Woody, but, let me go first.
So now why should I be telling Harley to fuck himself? Because I guess.
Now, here's the deal with me and Harley. Go way back. I mean, I went way back with LAB, Serious Pete. It was just me. Epic Mealtime was above us. He was like, oh, we love Harley. But he's an epic fathead gym dude. He don't look it, but he's just like Furious Pete. It's one of them egotistical type A personality, always has to have that perfect car, perfect girl, and just if somebody beats them in anything, even a verbal conversation, it pisses them off. So me and Harley are on the phone one night. I got this hot chick next to me in Lynn, Massachusetts. We're going to get together and collab. He's shit-faced as me. She's like, get the fuck out of bed if you're going to sit here and talk to that idiot. I said, that's Harley from Epic. You have no idea who's on the phone, bitch. So I went to the living room. I said, all right, Harley. The next day, he's like, dude, you were so drunk. I don't even know if you heard or whatever. 6 months later, this dude gets on his Twitter with 350,000 followers and says, Shoenice can't even keep a chick in bed. I was on phone when he got kicked out. That's when I sent out the Shoenice Army Wolfpack, and we trolled everybody videos. And we just disliked everything. But I love Harley.
The Shoenice Army Wolfpack.
I don't ever start an argument. Oh, the Wolfpack's retired. I'm done with my trolling days. It just got boring. I
imagined the Wolfpack was what you call that band of homeless people that you had. I just imagined like 85 hobo Joes with like little shivs and shanks.
Swarming the internet cafe.
They taking those sticks with
some poor Starbucks.
I think Harley made some professional mistakes that brought him out of the top 10 in YouTube, but who's talking? But it doesn't matter because Vivo is going to be in the top 10, top 20. It's all going to be Vivo, Justin Bieber, Eminem, because it's just music, and Vivo's going to own that top 10. Eventually, PewDiePie will be caught in views by Eminem. It's slowly but surely happening. Justin Bieber's coming up with a new album. So, yeah, Taylor Swift, I knew you were trouble when you didn't give me any views.
So you're not drinking right now. So that's interesting to me because we were talking about like, oh, we should have him do like a liquor slam on the show. And then Chiz was like, no, he's not drinking right now. And I was like, oh, so he swore off liquor? He's like, oh, no. Just for now. Like at New Year's or Christmas, you correct me, whichever you're going to.
Yeah, New Year's Eve, New Year's Eve, I might do a slam. I'm really on a Shakeology diet. I meet a trainer from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. my time. Because they all have real jobs too, but they train in Muay Thai, and I'm just trying to learn. I'm a badass mofo. I'm gonna tell you, everybody right now. I was just born a badass. You can take all the classes you want, have all the belts hanging on the wall. I can't. I mean, I've had so many dudes kick me in the face, and I'm like, Nike, Adidas, or Reebok. Give me that thing, and just show them that 7 years ain't shit. 4 a.m. outside of a bar, but I was never a fighter. People always just wanted to test me because all the women were hanging around me. I could break dance as a white guy. So at 4 a.m., like I'd be jumped by like 7, 8 dudes, and I couldn't get away from it. Then the cops would show up. I'd be like, chill. I'd be fighting the cops, but you never knocked me out. My great-grandfather was semi-pro boxer. My father had the Muhammad Ali speed bag. I did that I was doing
My grandpa was a professional boxer. My dad had a speed bag. So that family, that lineage really broke apart. And now I eat glue on the internet.
But I'm that's what I mean. I'm training now, and people don't realize that I'm combining my strength and my heart, and now it's a little bit of skill. But once that freight train gets into that cage, and with these jackhammers, it's just over. I don't care who you are, what you're doing. I'm going to be in the UFC by 50, and you guys are going to be in the front row, VIP.
I'll go. I will gladly watch you in the UFC. I watch you at Bellator.
I wanted to do this since I was 21 when UFC started, and when Hoist Gracie would fight 4 guys in one night and break all their arms when they're tapping out for 5 minutes. You know what I mean?
He didn't let go.
You guys just remember this statement, Woody Taylor, and I can't see this dude's name because my face is blocking. I'm gonna call him
Kyle.
Some kind of 3 letters. IPS.
FPS. Yeah.
FPS. Oh, yeah, it's right there. But I didn't cheat. All right, yeah, so you guys will be there, man. I appreciate this promotional thing because I'm doing a promotion with Joey's World Tour. I'm actually moving to LA in like 3 weeks. There's this guy that's just like, dude, you know how many commercials I could have put you in? You could have been the new Progressive insurance spokesperson because we're getting rid of Flo's ass, So I'm dead in
I can see you in that job. You
can I came here for some reasons. My son's going to be 18. He can do what he wants. We'll meet out in L.A. And then we'll just, eat tampons on Venice Beach.
As an award-winning dancer, your breakdance claims really caught my attention. Can you still breakdance?
Yeah, I can do certain things.
Show me something.
I'm in a controlled area, but I can always, just hit the hat over. You know what I mean?
Break it down from a seated position.
Who wants me to come out of the garden house? You know what I mean? Where's that doorknob? Oh,
Take
here it is.
Here it is. It's yours.
Oh, you broke it. Yeah, they call me White Lightning. I mean, yeah. 8th grade, I did LL Cool J.
Do you know my friend Sexy Vanilla Freshness?
Sexy Vanilla Fresh. Is she related to Vanilla Ice?
It was a dude.
Because right now I'm being sued from Vanilla Nice. I'm being sued from Vanilla Ice for saying Vanilla Nice. You know the Kardashians had me banned from Twitter? Yep, I'm not on Twitter anymore, guys. Sorry.
Wait, how'd you get banned from Twitter because of the Kardashians? Give us that
well, this goes back to me eating Kim K's vajayjay off the cover of a magazine, and it got like 100,000 views, so they must just have been going through YouTube, and it came up. So she tweeted to me, this is before Kanye, she tweeted to me, oh my God, or they were just dating. She goes, this guy on YouTube with these really blue eyes just ate me off of a magazine. Weird. And I didn't even know these dudes were like, yo, Kim Kardashian just said something about Twitter about you. So I went on, and I didn't even have a Twitter account, but I found the tweet. And I said, oh, shit, that's me. What's up? Black, white, it's my turn, right? So she blocked me, but they continue to watch me. And then I got an email from something in the Kardashian. I thought it was like some kind of a troll email I get all the time. And it was actually Kardashians saying that they wanted me to take down every video talking about Kim K's with JJ. So I didn't. I was hoping to be sued and it would be all over E! News and everything, but that's what I'm hoping for. You know, you're a nice guy, and I'm just having a podcast with you, but I troll the big timers just so they'll shout me out like that Leafy is here, dude. You ever hear him?
I saw you trolling him recently.
I mean, he's blown up. He's just a little nerd. He's got all the emo chicks, you know, so of course he's going to get about 2 million views overnight just going, well, it's one. Come on, I gotta eat a tampon dipped in Dave's Insanity sauce. I can't even pull 20,000 views. It's all politics. YouTube knows exactly what they're doing. They're punishing me because I went to another network, went back with Google. You know what I mean? Now I'm back and things are looking better. If
They
I
weren't
get
getting their slice
100,000,
of the Shoenice pie.
what's up, bro?
They weren't getting their slice of the Shoenice pie. You cut them out.
Yeah, but I got things coming down the road, something similar to this, but I'm just going to be talking to I won't be in a group. I'll just be doing my own podcast talking to my fans.
I
There's going to be a time where people are going to go to my YouTube and they're going to turn it on, and it might not be there. It might be 5 years down the road, but yeah, I'm going to do it.
I know you get some
I'm
haters
sorry, I'm
on
yelling at Google. He's in here again. What's up, bro?
I know you get some haters on your videos now, but I remember when you first started uploading, and every single comment, it was overwhelmingly positive. Everybody thought it was hilarious, and for no reason, in every one of your episodes, you do something where you're like, and this one's for all the haters out there, and you just addressed a big fictitious group of phantoms at the time. There were no haters. It was like 50,000 likes, 60 dislikes, and you're like, and you can tell me to fuck off as much as you want, but I'm not stopping. And it was like, why did you do that? And then just invite so many people just for the fuck of it, to be funny?
I was born with that. Tell Johnny one thing and tell Freddie another, so they'll fight on the playground, and I'll just be on a swing going ha ha. But I don't know. It just, yeah, it's almost like just being a prankster. It's the prankster in people. Some people in life just don't care, but some people just love to get that bucket of water to dip on their buddy's head. And I think I took that with the videos and trolls. I used to just make videos. You got to pay me $5 to be a friend of mine on Facebook, and I really didn't need it, but I knew haters would take them videos. And I formed hate on purpose because hate versus good, you know, it brings conflict, and conflict brings change. And I'm going to change the world through a YouTube community. So all my little haters, they'll be kneeling along the other masses when I become the next Messiah. Sounds kind of weird. Hold on, can I take another hit?
Yeah.
Of glue? What is he hitting right now?
Well,
Just some tobacco. My hookah won't reach here. Some kind of Indian tobacco.
Okay.
Some kind of Indian tobacco. Smells skunky. Illegal.
Like burnt rope. So I got a question for you. I watched the Vice documentary. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
And I guess you used to live with either your wife or a serious girlfriend, and she kicked you out because she couldn't handle the fame.
Yeah, I lied about that on
I thought you might have.
Vice.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I was actually from my pill addiction. That's right. I was breaking up prostitution.
no, life was really kind. Show you in that light then, weren't they?
Yeah, man. I broke my back in the Union, and I came out of that hospital with morphine patches stuck to my nutsack. I was just like, oh yeah, I got a family? And then I just started like...
You're very accurate.
Yo, the VA, I'm a veteran, so all my shit's for free, and they'll pop anything in your mouth as long as they get paid. And they put me into a state of mind that put me into a mental institute for 2 weeks. And at the end of that 2 weeks, the doctors came over to me and say, hey, we apologize for blaming or causing... We apologize for diagnosing you with bipolarism disorder. And we know it was the medication we gave you, and please don't call a lawyer or anything, but here's the exit. I'm like, for real? Oh yeah, to get to the end of that question, dude, my ex-wife is just like, listen, we got a kid together, but you're just insane. But I didn't see anything in I mean, the first 6 months of my videos in the trailer, when I started eating stuff, I was probably on 15 hydrocodone 10s a day. Morphine patches, and anybody that's on opiates, it's hard to come off of you if you're weak-minded. Mm-hmm. I just quit shit, like, boom, I'm done. And I just quit like that, drinking.
But you couldn't seem to.
JJ.
You didn't quit in time to stay at home, though. Like, you quit after she kicked you out?
No, I quit. Yeah, I started drinking again because I was sober at home, but I was popping pills. When she threw me out, I started drinking, and I couldn't get pills anymore. So you figure that one out, bro. But I'll see you at the next AA meeting, man. I gotta go get me some beer before the liquor store closes. An old rehab joke. Rehab as a teenager. My school sent me to rehab for a drinking problem. And when I went to rehab, I learned how to trip on acid and mushrooms. You know what I mean?
I feel like we really skipped over the part where you were in the mental institution, and I want to know.
Yeah, I'd like to go back to that.
Yeah, we should really not gloss over your stay at a mental institution. Now, is that the only time you've been in a mental health facility?
Yeah, it was One Flew Over the Shoe's Nest.
It's a good movie. It's very sad. I only watched it once.
I was hooked on all these pills, and I was running through cornfields on my property, and finally she just called this ambulance and police, and they're like, we're going to take you somewhere to sleep tonight. And I'm just like, no problem. But I was doing stand-up comedy in the police car, and she turned on the radio, and the whole unit.
Sit-down comedy.
We get to the institute, and I'm doing stand-up comedy. I'm waving at the cameras. This is all high on pills. The next day said, we're going to keep you for about a week, and you're going to take this. So when I took that, I went crazy and kicked the door out, and I ran around this baseball field like I don't know, Field of Dreams or something. And this lawnmower guy started chasing me, and they brought me back up, and they knew they screwed up. And eventually, near the end, I was actually doing NA meetings while the teacher was late, and they were just like, this dude ain't crazy. He's a genius. Get him out of here, man. Get somebody that's really crazy in here. So that's basically all. It was only 2 weeks, and yeah, it was just.
What did you do during those 2 weeks? Like, did they just sort of sobered you up? Like, did you attend classes, group therapy? Like, what is it like to live there?
Once they mark you in and your wife's in agreement, they can keep you for an automatic 10 days where nothing changes. You go to meetings. They try to rebuild your life. It's mostly suicide people in this unit I was in. I had no idea why I was there. I was telling everybody that suicide's for pussies. And if you try it again and it works, you're not going to heaven because you're not on your life's path. And they're like, we got to get this guy out of here.
Yeah, that's not a very productive guy to have in the suicide meeting. You're all a bunch of pussies!
Just kill yourself.
You won't do it! Go ahead and do it! Prove me wrong! You know?
I've taken a lot of people up. I don't know what it is, if they're lying or not, but people come in. When I used to have Facebook, I was like Dr. Phil in the messages. Hey, man, I was in a dark place. I was going to kill myself. I found your YouTube videos. I'm back at college. I'm back getting along with my boss. Parents come in. Wow, you just changed our kids. They do it the Shoenice way now, and it's just like, you're
what does that mean? What is the Shoenice way? Like if you had to attach a slogan to yourself, what is it? All or nothing? Like what is the Shoenice way?
Saving souls, smoking bowls, and crushing trolls. That's my life motto. I smoke marijuana for my Crohn's disease. I've gone practically homeless, feeding the homeless, and I just love the troll mofo that just gets so uptight over words on an internet website. And there's lots of them out there.
If someone out there's feeling
I go to sleep at night, I'm sorry, bro.
If someone out there's feeling suicidal or just down on themselves and they need a little bit of Shoenice, what video do you think is the most inspirational that would put them on the path that you've made?
Probably Earthworm Chubby Bunny. You don't laugh at that. You might as well get the news tight. I didn't mean that. Stop it. Either way, sometimes my split personality likes to sneak out. But yeah, I tell people, yo, if you kill yourself, you're a little bitch, and I'm gonna slap your mom's ass at the funeral. And they're like, wow, he responded to me. Oh my! But then you save somebody's life, and they become annoying. You know, they just never. It's like somebody you pull out of a fire. I mean, they just never.
Then they cling.
Yeah.
Okay. Enough with the Hallmark cards. You know what I mean? Just say it to me. It means more. Sorry. What's up?
So
Woody?
which video do you think is the most inspirational that would put kids on the right? Is it like the really heavy drinking, or the tampon ones to cheer people up?
Everything about me, dude. I'm just hilarious. Something about, it's been my whole life. People always wanted to be at that bar with me. Roofers out of town, they always wanted to be in the car with me. I mean, I don't know what it is. I just bring up the spirits of people. You know what I mean? That's why I call myself the next Gandhi, just with nice shoes. You can't save the world in sandals anymore.
No, you can't. I guess not.
Takes proper footwear, I would assume.
What, do you got a question?
I don't know.
It's the problem of there are so many things that I'm thinking about right now that I can't even begin to nail it down.
Where are you living right now?
Do you want me to do a quick rendition of my whole life in under a minute?
Under a minute. So this is a stand-up bit you've done. I'd like to hear it.
All right, I'll do some stand-up. We'll pick the crowd. We'll say Austin, Texas. Sidebar off the main strip. All people with cowboy hats and stuff. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, everybody. What's going on tonight? Anybody drinking over there? Fucking been watching you guys for an hour sipping off that. Hey, watch it, bro. I never hear that voice at paid shows. All right, check it out, guys. I'm the opening act. I'm not getting paid, and you didn't pay to see me, so there's no pressure here. I've never seen so many backward-ass country fucks in my life. Sick just to be in this place, you know what I mean? My parents drank so much beer when we were kids, we had to use their old koozies for arm floaties at the public pool. You know what I mean? You think that's funny, dude? Yeah, either way. I'd have Lisa Beach on one arm and going fishing in the other. You know what I mean? Parents were so drunk on Easter, our baskets would be hidden in the neighbor's house. You know what I mean? Jesus Christ, you think that's funny, dude? So is your girl. God damn. Thank God you're behind that fence or whatever they put up there. Yeah, so anybody doing the bull tonight? Somebody get on that bull right now. Take the pressure off of me because I really don't have jokes for you hillbilly fucks. First off, WWE is fake as shit. And if you're spreading that down to your next generation, I don't feel for you, man. I don't. How's that, man?
Good.
I didn't even have anything in my head. We're in your
element. I was impressed by how you set up a way too detailed stage before you began. Where you're like,
you had to create an alternate reality.
No, Houston. We're in Houston. And
I think it's in Austin. Bar to the side.
I really performed in front of a whole, I'm not racist, never was, but I performed in a whole, there was not one white person for 6 blocks or in the auditorium. I did it for these guys that seen me doing a talent show. And I had to wait for 2 a.m. to go up. And I just, I came out and I said, hey, man, I've been waiting 4 hours to make you mofos laugh. Can I at least say the only racist joke I know? Everybody's like, huh? So I say this joke, which really isn't too bad. It's funny. When people know you're not racist, they don't care.
Tell your joke.
Only racist people have racist thoughts. Take that to the end, guys.
Say it.
Break time? Cool.
What's your joke? Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I thought you said break. The joke. I don't know if I should say it on this podcast.
You can go
Might
right
offend
ahead.
some people.
We're
but stoners' lives matter, right? You want to talk about legal marijuana and why I live in Colorado?
You live in
as
Colorado?
you take a hit of your tobacco.
How do you know? You can tell by hand movements.
You just said it.
My buddies used to love hanging out with me when we were in New York, and it was illegal because I'd be like, yo, don't be using your hands like that. There's a cop.
Get that off camera. Your tobacco.
You should probably enjoy your tobacco off the camera.
Oh. Yeah.
The camera is.
That was a flashlight, bro. That ain't no.
I see. It did
just
look rather
fixing my
small.
thing for later, man. That's.
It's
Did you ever see
okay.
a bong? I don't ever see a bong. That's the jizz catcher. I think I'm going to bring illegal substances into a podcast.
Who would
Yeah.
do that? That sounds crazy.
None of
So
us.
yeah, I put you guys up here because you're PKA and I'm Shoenice, but eventually all these triangles will have letters everywhere and nobody can figure out nothing, and then I'll just rip it down in a psychiatric grade. I go through backgrounds like Kim KK goes through the JJ's, bro.
You were saying that sometimes you go into a psychotic rage where you tear down your background. Tell us about one of the times you did that.
This guy takes everything literally. No, actually, bro, it's not a psychotic rage. It's just, God, so many people are like, dude, where's my name on the background? Where is it? I said, it's to the right. I just don't have the camera pointed on it. And I said that to hundreds of people. So I just can't do that anymore. I just can't say, hey.
What's your
Based
beef
on
with
based
that?
on your videos over the years, based on everything I've seen of you, your closet's pretty monochromatic, huh? There's not a lot of yellows and oranges in there. It seems like every hat you have is blue, every shirt you have is blue, or you're really playing up those blue eyes you've got. They look real nice. How many
blue is just
shirts
the blue
do you
is the color of relaxation, and I've always worn blue.
I just
Giants
imagine it's
fan
like
for
Superman's
life.
fans that just
So did you upload like 20 or 30 or 100 videos in a day recently? What happened?
Yeah,
there?
it's about I'd say it's about 85 in 2 days. I'm doing a little September test, and I want to relive hitting 500,000 subscribers again. So I got to get like 70,000 to unsubscribe.
Okay.
And it's going all over the web, and people are just like, Killer Kings. They're all so scared to just shout out Shoenice because they don't want epicness, cultness to be in their community.
They can't
don't
handle
want
it like we
10,000
can.
people. Oh my God, I've been watching this Furious Pete all this time. He mentioned Shoenice's once when Furious Pete was mentioned by him 100 times.
So
I don't want that.
Forgive me for being out of the loop, but is Furious Pete also like an eater? Like, what does he do?
Yeah, he's a crazy eater, gym lifter. He's got a German TV show. He goes around the world and eats.
Does Furious Pete eat anything that you can't? Like, can he hang with you?
Not really.
he eats large amounts of food really fast. Like he'll eat a pizza
He's
that's
not-
as big as your entire table, and
Yeah.
But it's not
not
pennies
Matt
and
Stone.
glue. It's like a burger or pizza. It's
Pounds of
actual
food.
food that he eats.
Many
But it's
pounds
with
of
a
food.
lot of water, like Matt Stone and all these guys. The Nathan's hot dog. People beg me to go to it. I said I'll go the first time they don't allow water.
We don't
'Cause
like
I
the
wanna
water.
see
Why is that?
Matt Stoney and Chestnut eat a hot dog without being all broken down by water. Because it's not a hot dog bun. It's mush. It's not eating 80 hot dogs in 30 minutes. It's eating mush and hot dogs.
That is
Like,
true.
take the water out of the equation, I'll tear that group up. I don't know.
You might.
I just know how to swallow with a dry esophagus, man.
You probably would win, actually, because it seems like everybody who does that competition is really, really dependent on that water. That Asian guy he gets it
Big
both
time.
all the way in. Like Kawasaki or whatever his name is, and then just shovels it
Kawasaki.
down.
Well, the new winner is Matt Stoney. That Magachachi, he's gone now. He's retired. But, yeah, Matt Stoney is the new champ. But Chestnut just beat Matt Stoney out for the most current record of Nathan's hot dog contest, which has lost all its flair over the years.
I find
I
that
think.
competition disturbing to watch.
Yeah, I can't watch hot dogs all coming out of people's mouths. I mean, I can eat some crazy stuff, but yeah, there's some things that'll make me gag. That's one of them.
Hot dogs.
Especially
yeah, I
90
can
degree
imagine.
heat. Imagine picking that up after. Yeah, you couldn't pay me enough for a temporary janitor.
That
So
would be
where do you live
disgusting.
now? Are you living in a house, your own house? Are you staying
Yeah,
with a buddy?
Denver, Colorado. I got a 2-bedroom condo.
Okay. And you use YouTube money to pay the rent?
I got different ventures. I got things that I'll be paid for the rest of my life, and yeah.
Huh.
YouTube is probably maybe my rent.
Paid for the rest of your
It
life.
just got really shitty.
You have a trust fund?
Woody. It just got really bad lately with just. I mean, when it was just YouTube, I made some good money, and now it's just like I don't know. Maybe it's that's right. I'm uploading 100 videos a day. Don't give a shit about my subscribers, but I do, and the real ones know that. But I can't have little bitches in my hunger revolution, so I got to weed them all out through trolling on YouTube. Because I can't have people that are bitching about their news feeds on free YouTube to go to Africa with me when I go save that continent, and I'm dead serious.
So I've often wondered about
community of people.
Your plan seems to be it's like an underwear gnome type plan if you follow the reference. Like step 1, eat glue. Step 2, question mark. Step 3, cure world hunger. Right? So there's a disconnect in there for me between the glue and the world hunger.
Right. That's what you don't understand right now. And all I ask is just laugh for now, and I'll call you when I need yous. Because, you kids can't save the world in 6 years. You know what I mean? I got to become president of the United States in 2020 over Kanye West. I got to use that, Paul, to bring everything. Because, listen, you can end global hunger, guys. It's a simple equation. It's like a mathematical equation, actually.
Sure. What is the equation?
It's 3 times 2 to the second power equals spread the wealth.
Equals food.
Spread the wealth. Okay.
So what is the plan?
The plan is that eventually I'm going to brainwash close to 20, 30,000 people over a 10, 15-year period, and within 25 years, they're going to be playing Xbox Live in Africa. Owaba Wampa from Utopia is going to be playing Unga Unga from South Africa. And we just got to... It's really a racist thing, you know. Nobody wants to explode Africa into a prominent country. Why bother? You know what I mean?
The cool part is you can get the UFC fights on an Xbox, so they'll see you when you compete.
It's the banks that are keeping Africa hungry, bro.
Which banks? Fuck that.
Everyone, dude.
Rothschilds, right? Bastards.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
See, I'm not all about that Illuminati and conspiracy theories. I think conspiracy theories came right along the same time with Molly. You know what I mean? I mean, this new generation of like Bush did the 9/11 and all that. I'm all about just helping out as many people as I can before my heart stops beating, and I do it on a small, atmosphere, plane, whatever you want to call it now, but it's definitely going to multiply. I just see it. I've seen it since I was 8 years old, going to bed at night. I was just on top of this hill, like the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and he's like, "Where'd the noise come from?" And they say, "YouTube," instead of pointing to the sky. It's just something, I'm not crazy. It's just this is what's going to happen in my life. And whoever wants to be a part of it, hey. So anyways, how about them new tampons they got from OB? Strawberry scented? Now I can go down on a vajayjay all the time?
I didn't know they had strawberry scented tampon. Have you tried one of those?
It could be a vid.
I'm going, like, just visiting your YouTube channel right now it's baffling. that there are so many videos uploaded that make no sense and have no use, and I am so puzzled. You really are trying to lose subscribers. You really are. I thought you were bullshitting. You are clearly not. You are trying to lose subscribers.
It's just a test, guys.
A little more glue.
He's eating several more ounces of glue.
I got a question for you.
With the beard though, it's tough. You got to remember you got a beard now, so you can't leave like extracts and then go to the store. Yo, I once painted my face all Sharpie, did a video, then I ran to 7-Eleven. Indian dude was like, "Oh, see you making YouTube vids again."
Sure.
Yeah.
So wait. Sometimes when you eat crazy things, I see you like manipulating your throat or esophagus or whatever the shit it is. Are you just playing it up for the camera? Like you just kind of like hamming it up to make it look like, I don't know, there's a special technique to it when really you're just drinking? Or
Nah, it's all literally pain and tastes like shit. No, I don't ever play anything up. Nothing's ever fake.
But
You can
what he's
say
asking-
everything's altered, but I've been.
What he's asking is, are you doing anything to like rub your throat to help things down? Is that a thing?
Oh, yeah. When I go up with that liquor, I know that first shot is like, but I've done it since I was 15. So as long as I can get it past that throat and esophagus area and down, I'm fine. And just, I don't know, when you're up like this and you push in on here, the esophagus goes like this.
Sure.
I don't know. It just I can do that with anything, man, with water, whatever. It's just you got to go past a certain point, and it's like I'm holding my throat up and my head just to keep it all, and it just goes down like them sword swallowers.
When you drink a bottle of vodka, afterwards, are you sick or just happy and drunk?
It's more of a just I know I'm going to bed. I eat good food before it. Put some
You just drink a whole bottle of vodka and fall asleep?
I put some excuse me, that glue gives you the gas.
Sure, yeah.
Must be the glue.
I didn't mean to burp, bro. But
weird.
yeah, what was the question?
After you drink a bottle of
That
vodka,
burp tastes like a carpenter's ass.
after you drink a bottle of vodka, what's going on with you? Like, are you sick?
All
Are
right.
you sweating? Are you sleepy? Are you happy? Are you sad?
I'm fine usually. There's some aftermath bits, but what it is that I just plan it out. It's not like, that everybody's like, slam this bottle of liquor at this bar. No, one time I slammed a bottle of liquor and headed out in public and I got arrested on the beach. I don't even know how, but I was fighting like 30 people. So I just go to bed and I really don't even know.
Well, then you know how it
I
happened.
just wake up and I don't know. I've just got a belly goat stomach.
That's what caused it.
So, all right.
So what was the absolute worst one as far
When
as
I got
the booze
out of jail
chucks?
and I walked back to the hotel, my buddy next door to me goes, "I knew you were going to get arrested." I was like, "You should have tackled me, dude." Next question. I'm sorry, my brothers.
What was the worst booze one? I guess better question, was there ever one of the booze slams where you actually thought, like, this is physically dangerous, I have to go get this taken care of?
And not me, but my friends couldn't wake me up after the Devil Springs 116. I woke up in the emergency room with a tube down my throat. They should have taken me to the VA because I got free insurance there, so I got hit up with a $600 pump your stomach bill.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was the only time. I never get worse. There was one time I thought I was going to die. The fish sauce slam. I didn't realize all the teaspoons of salt and literally
all the sodium.
People do that in China to kill themselves. So I'm running around Denver 16th Street Mall, just Gatorades. I just couldn't get enough. And I was just like, I did an aftermath of it. I'm like, okay, because it felt like everything just got sucked inward. Like I wasn't sweating, going that way to save my body.
Trying out. You're trying out.
Just crisping away.
I went to spit in the air and it came back like a yo-yo.
Oh, that's terrible. You needed a bag of saline.
You said once that you don't throw up and that you can't throw up. Is that just something you said, or is that true? You can't throw
I
up.
really don't have that puke thingy in my. I tried it with so much stuff. I want to try that Ipecac, but no, I don't puke. I've never puked. And my mom never puked either, and she used to drink like a half a gallon of vodka a day and go to
Jesus Christ.
work.
That's a lot.
That's where I learned how to slam, because I knew she had vodka under the sink. I'd have to slam it real quick while I was doing dishes. What was that noise? Nothing, Mom. I just dropped the Tupperware ball. You know what I mean? We both be drunk,
yeah,
but
we all know
nobody
what you mean.
knows.
We've all been there.
Yeah.
It's hard to smell vodka on somebody's breath when you got it on yours.
Yes.
That's a T-shirt right there.
I'm not proud of my alcoholism, and that's why I'm dropping it out of my entertainment career, because YouTube was just a resume, and it's working. I'd love to go into details about it, but yeah, I was around a company with a tractor trailer full of equipment. So call them independent film. I don't care. That's a lot of equipment. I based my movie career on trailers of equipment. Once they're 17, I'm got Angelina Jolie.
She's available now.
Yeah. Who cares? You know why she wants sole custody? Because Brad Pitt likes to do cocaine and Molly and passes out till noon, you know? She can't leave the kids there alone. It's not like he's cheating on her or he's gay. Whole Hollywood's hooked on cocaine. I can act without it. You want a line of coke? Hell no. I'm crazy as it is. Jesus, give me the script. I'm doing the backwards, you know what I mean?
Smoke your
Doing the
tobacco
backwards,
off
bro.
the screen.
No, dude, I don't understand, man.
Oh,
I'm watering these plants over here. I'm watching for the neighbors.
So you
Yeah,
mentioned being arrested. You sounded like maybe that wasn't that big of a deal. How many times have you been arrested, and what was the most serious of offenses?
All my arrests came from me being drunk. I haven't been ever.
No way.
Yeah. But anyways, I was a victim of a lot of circumstances.
Sure.
It's hard to believe, but yeah. I've literally tried to break up a fight and was almost beaten to death by a police department. It's
The
just
whole department.
I don't want to say.
Come here to get a few licks in.
But either way, we called their police department Little Shop of Horrors. They were brutal back in the early 90s. But what was your question again, sir?
How many times have you been arrested? And
Oh, yeah.
offenses?
Probably like, I'd say 12.
12
Sad to say. Well, one was for marijuana possession as a teenager. One was for breaking into my dad's house after he threw me out and having a house party, but he dropped the charges. Then I fought with the police a lot. That was 4 or 5 times. And then I broke
battles
up.
with the law enforcement officers.
I was a hero to that city. I broke up a bad prostitution sting where undercover cops were going right up to cars and presenting themselves, and then they would arrest them. And I was like, that's entrapment. I got to stop this on my 10 hydrocodones. So then they beat me up there, and this dude pulled my ID out, and he goes, ho, 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 guess who we got here? Mr. Chris Shuey. I remember dragging him through an alley 14 years ago. And then I went on a spiel how they sent away an innocent man for 6 years to cover up the whole incident. But either way, some people don't want me alive. Come get some. Nah, just kidding.
So maybe they'll make another one of those Making a Murderer documentaries about you. It sounds like there's all kinds of strings to be pulled.
I'm the next Forrest Gump, bro. My next movie will be Forrest Gump. When I hit that 1 million subscribers mark after 15 more years, and I'm that angry grandpa, but I've literally saved certain, portions of Africa. It's gonna get epic, man. People just laugh at me now, but
which areas of Africa do you think are the most in need?
We got to definitely hit the West Coast in because we got to take care of all the terrorism before we can actually bring ships of food in because they're just going to try and control it.
So step one is
oh,
war.
God, Shoenice is here. I'm going to be like this with my fucking, over here. Put the corn over there, man. Put the corn over there. Not your first time.
Yeah.
Why are you uploading so many videos right now? I'm just looking at your channel. You're uploading 30-second and 1-minute videos, and they're all 3 hours ago, 3 hours ago, 3 hours ago.
Let me give you my sign-in info right now, and you guys upload a video me talking to you.
This is one of your videos is Shoenice Nursery Rhymes Remix.
Did you like them, right? It's hickory dickory dock, every bitch wants my cock. I don't know. I was giving shout outs to Andrew Dice Clay. He's one of my heroes. He would tear up an audience like Don Rickles and just walk away with everybody pissed. I love that shit. Deal with it. You came to a comedy show.
There's a 4-second video titled Good Night.
Sparky. Come here. Do you want a little treat? Come here.
Is he giving his dog tobacco?
No.
Yep, that's what he's doing.
He's giving himself some tobacco. Or maybe he is giving. I don't know what the fuck's going on over there.
I ain't got the time, but hurry up, Shoenice. Hurry up. I mean,
Is that
always leaves me at this point in time.
Is that a Trump mask?
Hold on a second. Hold on a second here. Can anybody tell I'm dating a chick at a Halloween costume store? This one is freaky, though, man. I scared the shit out of people. All right, showtime's over. Next question. I'm just kidding.
That's all your masks.
So how did you get hooked up with the?
Get.
How did you get hooked up with the Vice people? Like they reached out to you and wanted to do a documentary?
Yeah, that was a guy from Motherboard, Dan, loved my videos, and he just threw me down on their table. And literally, when the one lady found out what I was doing and for what, they just within like a week they were coming to my house or my hotel at the time.
How did they react to your plan to solve world hunger?
Oh, they loved it. I mean, we started out with a handshake. By the time we left, they were just hugging me. And they actually turned that documentary into a TV episode on their Viceland. And it's on tomorrow at 4:30 your time. If you got the Viceland channel, that's an epic channel. I don't care. I watch that all day. But it's been on. It's repeated now, but I love that. I mean, Tosh.0 can kiss my ass. What a bunch of losers over there at Comedy Central.
I've been on that show.
They just use you.
Yes.
They don't care about it. They sat there and they ate their buffet of food in front of me, made me eat all this fake garbage. I said, I'd rather eat real roof and tar than brownie mix that's been sitting here for a half hour. Don't ever disrespect me.
So you were unhappy with the craft services at Tosh.0.
I just, what pissed me off the most is me and Ty, pictures, whatever. Get out of here, dude. You're a loser. I went home and they were like, I took their video they put on their Comedy Central YouTube. I didn't go take anything off their website. And I just posted it on my channel, not only to promote Daniel Tosh, but to promote me as being on Daniel Tosh, because I thought it was cool. And they got YouTube to give me a copyright strike, and that cost me money in the end. It just downgrades your channel, and I told them all to suck my dick. I'm sorry.
Was there anything else interesting about your time with Tosh, like behind the scenes that nobody knew about? Like any impressions of that guy? Like you said, he's a real loser. Did you even talk to him that much, or was he?
It was Daniel on his way. Daniel in the building. He come around the corner. He looked at me. He knew I was funny, and he had to challenge that. And I kept making him laugh. They kept having to stop. I was going off cue, saying my own shit. They left some of it in, but I was supposed to answer only what they told me to say, and I didn't do it. So they finally just let it through. There was like 15 employees that weren't even working there that day, but they were in the studio where they had the telethon because they just loved me. And Daniel walked in. How many more people can we get here that aren't doing anything? Get your skinny ass up on stage. I got to go on a flight because you can't even put me in for a night after the show. I literally got done eating chocolate shit for them, and they had me in this car with some Haji dude. I'm running through L.A. to get back to the airport. I'm like, God forbid Comedy Central ever gave me 2 nights at a hotel. Next question.
So I saw on the Vice. I like your style. You're like, and next. It's usually Woody who does that, but I like it that you're introducing that. I saw Vice saying that you were in Iraq. We've been to Iraq so many times. Forgive me, but I'm not sure which time you went. So what years were you in Iraq?
Well, I was the one where we rescued a country, Kuwait.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Good time. Okay.
But no, it was cool, man. Basically, I joined the Army just to go through basic training in AIT to get that money because me and my buddy wanted to move to Florida. I had all intentions of quitting the service when I got out and not even going to my 1 weekend a month. So but basically, I tried to build back into with my sergeant, but they didn't have a unit in Florida. I came back to New York. The guy's just like, I'm just putting you on IRR, which is Individual Ready Reserve. So when Baghdad started getting bombed in 1991 and Saddam's cutting off everybody's heads in Kuwait, I was sent over there through an IRR program. I didn't have to go. I could have just ditched them, but I said, no, I'm going to go over there and beat these mofos' asses. So I actually called them because my mom had called me and said, the Army's looking for you. I just said, hey, when do I leave? They're like 2 days. I'm like, what? Jeez, I thought maybe you have a week. You're like, oh, man, can I change my mind now? No, we got your number. You're going. No, I didn't say that. But, yeah, the Giants beat the Buffalo Bills in the Super Bowl, and I got on a plane to Iraq. I held up that plane to watch that kick. Wide right.
Yeah, sure. That was a big night for me. I want to
So
talk
it's
about
nice talking to people
Oh.
my age.
What year was
after
that?
Dealing with the rugrats of the internet world. It's nice talking to people with actual brains. You know what I mean? Oh, I didn't mean that, you two people. Yeah, I did. Go ahead. Next question.
right.
So what did you do in Iraq? Like you were in the army,
Well,
were
I
you
was
infantry?
a 51 kilo plumber. I was combat engineer, kind of, but they didn't need any plumbers when I got there. But I was with the Bad News Bears group platoon. We just all came out of everywhere together as a group of people that quit the army. So they would put us on the back of a 5-ton, and we just headed out into the desert for 2 days and 2 nights, sleeping right underneath the stars until they found a unit that wanted you. Well, we pulled up to this unit. Captain opens up the doors. Move them cots over. You said you want another guy. We got one. So they send me in with these 2 other temps that weren't going to stay there, but they had to sleep overnight. They had to move all their stuff. Now, I'm the only white guy in the tent. I don't care because I'm not prejudiced.
Right.
But when it came shower time, yeah, men weren't created equal. My nickname was Jimmy Dean Sausage, you know what I mean? Either way, I don't know why I went into small white penis stories, but yeah, I was food supply, and I just fed everybody and all the units out on the front lines. They'd send back their 5 tons, their cooks, boom, 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 make deals with people. When you got the only refrigerated truck in the whole company,
Sure.
yeah, you own shit. Next question.
Did you
I
have
shot a
any-
camel. I didn't shoot any humans, thank God, because how can you be a messiah when you took the soul out of somebody's body? I did shoot a camel because I hit him the day before, but I was going to turn that into like I hit a soldier and he died in my arms, and I went back to America to tell his wife and we fell in love. Isn't that a great movie line? I don't know.
Why did you kill the camel?
He was still in misery. We backed over him. He was they tried to get food out of our lots because we had goat's milk. You could drink it in like 120-degree temperature. Not me. I stuck to sand.
Was there anything that you ate over there that was new, like a new weird food or something military?
Yeah, everywhere I've been in stages of life, I've entertained people by eating whatever I can to make them laugh. No money, no internet, no fame, but I did MREs without dipping the stuff in water because it's all like dehydrated. So you'd pop like a square of peaches and it would just blow up in your mouth. You know what I mean?
So your income is YouTube money, right? That's where your cash comes from.
YouTube. Wow. Oh, look at Woody. He's repeating a question, Taylor and FSFPS. I got you. Oh, now, yeah. I got like YouTube. We sell T-shirts and hats. I got an annuity for a broken back for the rest of my life.
Okay.
I do stripogram sometime.
Of course.
Hey, baby. Oh, you didn't ask for the young college guy? You asked for Jack Nicholson then. Show me your titties.
I like it. A stripper that asks the bride to join in.
Hey, my new apartment's pretty cool, though. It's a condo turned in from an old farmhouse. If I had to jump out my window over here because of a fire, I land right into the yard of a pit bull and a Rottweiler.
That sounds bad.
Yeah, this is only temporary, bro. I'm going to California.
What's there?
Denver. And Denver's dead, man. I just got to go west, and I'll land that job. I'll take Flo's job from Progressive. I'll be the next Allstate guy. You're in good hands with Allstate. And I was also in an old movie like The A-Team.
So
hey,
have you ever
quiet your
seen?
dogs down. I'm in an interview here, you know?
Have you ever seen anything that you thought, you know, that wouldn't be for me? I wouldn't eat that. I wouldn't drink that. Is there is there anything out there that you feel that way about?
2 minutes.
All right then.
Not even 30 seconds.
So he's fucking crazy, right? Like we all agree that like there's something wrong with him. That it's a little cruel to continue this because he's so fucking crazy.
I'm bouncing back and forth between, like earlier I was like, okay, he totally is into his own shtick. This is an act. And then the more I've listened, the more I'm like, no, this guy might just be a crazy person.
I heard that.
Yeah,
hey, listen,
I'm trying to figure it out.
I'm a character on YouTube. Seriously, I've always just loved to act, and it's just a character with a stomach of a billy goat
That's-
and the penis of a mule.
That's why I asked about the money thing twice, because like I don't mean to hurt your feelings with this, but you strike me as a crazy homeless person.
I wish I didn't eat my facial tissues. I'll just glue up my eyes, you meanie. I knew this was a troll.
I feel like you're a crazy homeless person who for some reason has YouTube money and therefore is just a crazy person with the home. Right? Like some of the things you say sound to me like the things that like a guy I'd walk by on Skid Row might say. Like it's really out there.
And that's why some of the most smartest people are geniuses and they're homeless. They just can't deal with the masses of idiocism.
But they usually don't say things like most smartest. So
Or idiocism.
Harley's gonna laugh at that one.
See, that's the troubling thing is you're way too...
Harley was here.
He's not. Oh my god.
I don't have my YouTube. Bastard.
Your whole existence perplexes me. Like you are. You're a little crazy. Do you know that you're a little crazy?
God, is that a real dude?
No, that's a dummy that he shoots.
Oh, shoots. Oh,
Yeah.
dude, that dude's got to join my compound when I know the world's gonna end because I just have it all in my head.
Right?
Be 10 years, but it's gonna happen.
Oh, man.
So circling back to the little bit crazy thing, other people don't say that or think that.
A lot of people have said that to me ever since I was a young kid.
The biggest argument against
It's not like I'm crazy as I want to kill people. No, I don't scam people. I don't rape kids. It's just like, but they let them all say that because when people see that on the YouTube streams, they're like, what? He's a scam and rapist. I got to go see his channel. And then I got him in the trap.
So when we turn the cameras off, do you settle down and like stay on one topic and operate in like a straight line more so than you are right now? Because you're bouncing from thing to thing.
My mind changes like that, bro. I don't even know what's going on right now, dude. I mean, it's just like, it just changes all the time, man. I can't live in the same spot for a while, can't stay with the same woman. And I can't blame it on the war because it happened before the war. I had a helicopter land on my head.
Sure.
I fell through a skylight 30 feet and landed on my head. And I don't know, I still feel the same.
Chiz, our manager that you spoke to, he was in the camp that you were just fully crazy. And my kind of argument to him was like, actual really crazy people aren't intentionally funny with like prepared quips and stuff. Like, and that was my thing. Other than that, though, you are really giving a Daniel Day-Lewis level performance for the past 6 years of being a crazy person on the internet. Because that's like, it's so believable that like we're all really in tune with the internet on this show to the point that we'll be like, that's a troll, that's not a troll, that's fake, that's real. Watching your channel, it's like, oh, okay, it's just a joke. It's just a joke. And then you'll upload 400 videos of 30 seconds with nonsensical titles and just bizarre assumptions in the content. And it's like, okay, well, where are we at now? Like, if that's your goal, you're puzzling people exactly the way you want to.
I don't even know where they get this from.
What the fuck?
No, it was perfect. He responded to me saying he was a little bit sane by saying, "No, whatever," and then he drank some glue. Like it's.
It's like a Chris Farley kind of Jim Carrey, like Will Ferrell. It doesn't matter if you're at a high school prom or whatever. You're the one dipping your head in that punch bowl. You're the one taking everybody's emotions and just ripping them out of their souls and snapping them back when I say, just kidding. I don't know what it is.
His
Do I even
mind
have
doesn't.
to wear these?
If you don't want to,
I don't know how you're hearing me.
Watch this strip. You can see him in here.
Let's see. He's
I'm not going to. Hold on.
in his mouth.
So for people listening audio only, he's taken his iPhone pods and he's swallowing them. They're going to go down his throat, it would seem, and I'm guessing he'll pull them back up and recover them.
No, it's going just as planned.
There appears to be
I can't do that with
Glue
glue
in
the
his
throat.
mouth.
You got to have a clear path.
What was it you were trying to do? Swallow it and then
No, I can put an earbud right down here, and I'll show it to you through my esophagus. You got to get up close. You can see it, and then I pull it back out. And if it just breaks off the end, it just goes down like a tampon losing its string.
Oh, sure. Yeah. We all know that. Aside from pot, what drugs are you on lately?
Just weed, bro. I quit the pills.
Honest?
No opiates, no alcohol. It's just marijuana.
Are you feeling a lot better? Like healthier?
Oh, without a doubt. I like I said, I work out. I did my first chin up, and the fucking group went crazy. But these guys are professional fighters, and I can't announce where I'm at in a gym because haters will just order pizzas to their place and just destroy their delivery service. I mean, there's some evil dudes out there. You know what I mean?
I do.
Yeah.
They've destroyed people's lives. They've gotten, like, the guy that made a website for me, they called his work, and literally they said, we're sorry, you're a great employee, but we can't have this, and we can't change our number. And they've gotten people fired over YouTube.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I love
Let's
pissing people off
let's watch
that
this
much.
video. So this is a 2-minute clip from Fear Factor. I love Fear Factor. I'm a big fan of Joe Rogan and all the things he does. So it's fun to go back and get a little nostalgic view of Fear Factor back in the day, because if you don't remember, toward the later seasons, it got really fucking gross and nasty. So this video is called Donkey Juice.
You could have absolutely won every single Fear Factor if you had gone out for it.
And especially in the competitive scene with the I just go 10 times over. I mean, I'm like, really? That was like a show I watched and always wanted to be on, but it kind of came out when I was, doing things in life where I wasn't really looking at that. It wasn't no YouTube around or whatever, but new Fear Factor. I'm going to be on the next America's Got Talent in the trial stage. I was supposed to be on this year, but another guy beat me out in the eating category, and they banged him out. And the dude came back because an intern brought it to a person, and now he went from one show where I was on to AGT, and he goes, dude, do stand-up comedy. I guarantee you'll go past the whole meeting everybody in the audience, and you'll be itinerary right to semifinals before they go in front of the judges. So many rounds, but I'm going to put together a good stand-up comedy routine, rip on the judges the first time, and at least get to the semifinals. Cut me there. I got 100,000 YouTube subscribers from it, but we don't care about subscribers. It's about TV and internet spots that are in syndication forever, guys. I know I sound like a Looney Tune, but just stick with me and everything will be fine, Woody. And I don't know if you got all the questions you wanted out today, but I gotta just say goodbye, and I'll come back some other day.
Time to go?
Yeah.
It's a sad goodbye. Thank you so much for coming on.
It's not goodbye. It's farewell.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I want to come back, because if Harley gets all these chances, so do I. And I'm a little nervous today, and I know I can come back and calm down and talk like a human being. Scout's honor.
Yes. Well, you want to tell everybody where they can find you everywhere online?
Yeah, I'm Shoenice on YouTube. Shoenice, like a nice shoe backwards. Hey, Woody, are you all right, bro? Is this always your personality when you're talking to people?
Not always. No, I feel like you're really perplexing me, man. Like I don't know.
Sparky, come here.
See, this is an example. Your attention span doesn't last long enough to put like plates and forks and knives on a dinner
That's what I tell
table.
all my ex-girlfriends. I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't sit in a movie for more than 10 minutes. I'm going to the bar next door.
I haven't seen you on one topic for more than 30 seconds. It's amazing to me. How does a human exist with like a goldfish attention span?
I know, it's kind of crazy, man.
Kinda.
But that's what I mean, bro. Stick with me and you'll see the whole master plan when it comes to an end, bro.
Uh-huh. In 10
I appreciate
years?
your time, and I'm going to leave you here.
All right.
Thank you for having me on, and thank you for the glue.
My pleasure.
Thank us for the glue at the end. That's interesting.
Okay, that was that's the quietest I've been for the first, how long have we been doing the show? Hour and a half?
It was hard to get anything in.
There was no reason to try and break in, because that was just interesting stuff in the same way that like looking through a book of Ripley's Believe It or Not is interesting. Like you're like, oh man, I would never want fucking toes like that guy, but that's pretty neat. Like listening to the way he thinks, and see, I said this while you were gone, Kyle. I think is that he couldn't be fully crazy because he has too many prepared jokes and is intentionally funny too often.
Yeah. Yeah.
That if he were actually like Chiz thinks he's actually like for real crazy.
Yeah,
I think that Chiz will change his mind after watching this.
Yeah, I think so too. He is bizarre and funny though. That was interesting. And he told more bad jokes than good ones, which I also liked.
I like that. I'm gonna be that's the kind of like interview. Which, first of all, I fucking love how he framed it as us all just wanting to interview him. Where he's next question, next question, next question, keep it going. But oh man, I'm gonna be like 4 years from now. I'm just gonna start thinking about that and be like, God, what the fuck was up with that? Like this is a life.
I don't know. Maybe I'm naive. I think I think there was not much show there at all. I think that's the guy. I bet right now he's not much different than he was a minute ago. And I don't know how he even gets through his day. Like, how do you drive someplace 10 minutes away when you change topics every 15 seconds?
Well, he's clearly a peculiar guy. I would say he's definitely going to struggle in day-to-day life with just his sort of manic nature that I don't think is an act. Some of that was an act and some of it wasn't. He's an odd guy who puts on an act. That's what we got here. So just keep that in mind. Let me do
ads.
Let me do an ad read, and then let's watch these girls drink donkey cum.
Oh, is that what it is?
I don't want to watch that. Yeah, that's what it is.
Oh, come on. She drinks 32 ounces of donkey cum. And
all right, fine, I'll watch it.
And I think it's like her twin sister. I think her twin sister drinks like 20 ounces of donkey piss. And they're in these big beer mugs. And Joe Rogan is like, come on, you can do it. But really, he's like, oh my God. It's just pretty good. So let me read a little advertisement here. We should have had Shoenice read the ad.
No, we shouldn't have done that.
Tired of eating the same bland food while trying to stay healthy? See, this would be great from Shoenice. Naturebox has the solution to your problem. Making smarter choices doesn't mean you have to eat boring food. Naturebox makes snacks that are full of flavor and none of the junk. Naturebox makes over 100 ridiculously delicious snacks that are made with better-for-you ingredients. Simply choose what snacks you want and they are delivered right to your door. Some of our personal favorites are the peanut butter nom noms, the chocolate hazelnut granola, and the praline pumpkin seeds. Naturebox is constantly adding new and interesting snacks for you to discover every month. Plus, they believe you shouldn't eat something you don't like. So, if you try a snack you don't like, Naturebox will replace it in your next box for free. You can't do that with any other snacks. So, go to naturebox.com/PKA right now to get 2 bags of delicious snacks without any of the junk for free. That's naturebox.com/PKA for 2 free bags of bold and unique snacks delivered right to you. Naturebox.com/PKA to get 2 bags of free snacks. Snack healthy, snack easy. Naturebox.
I've always admired companies that have that business model. That say, you know what? Just let me send you some free bags. Because
every time I read it, I'm like, is it really just free?
Like they're that confident that if you get some free stuff, you'll become a paying customer.
Yeah, I'm sure they would notice if like a huge percentage of you guys went there and did that. There's no reason not to, because they really are tasty snacks. Like, I miss having them. Sometimes sponsors will send us like a constant flow of their product, it seems like. So I've always got razors and cookies or whatever, but I just got the one little shipment of Naturebox, and I eat that up in like a week or two, and I'm missing it. I want more Naturebox. I guess I'm going to have to pay for it. I guess it only makes sense.
I should sign up because I didn't get anything free.
Oh, it's really tasty.
I did go to they give the hosts this like hidden special website to tell them what you like. I did that, but they didn't mail me anything. So I should get my just subscriber 2 free things and see what's up.
Yeah. I really like their stuff. They make jerky too. I don't know if you like jerky. I don't, but I bet it's good jerky.
I bet it'd tear my fake front teeth off. I chipped my teeth a tiny little bit.
Oh yeah, I remember
that. Yeah. So
let's watch this donkey juice video, because come on, it's only like a minute long.
All right.
I'm ready to go on the donkey cum video.
Yep.
Well.
3,
So hold on 9
1.
seconds. Sorry about that. 3, 2, 1, play. So I started at 0. We all did, right?
Yep. Oh my god, I haven't seen the show in so long.
For the Fear Factor juice stand, and this is what we'll be serving: donkey semen. Oh my god!
He's got
Oh my god!
a big like Kool-Aid pitcher, like from the Kool-Aid commercial, full of cum and piss.
And you will throw your horseshoe towards that pin.
These chicks are really hot, by the way. Are they twins?
I don't know.
I think they might.
Yummy.
Yeah, if they're not twins, they could be. Like they're both hot, like fit, like long brown hair, like really fit, like midriff showing, and like gym
Dressed the
shorts.
same too, right?
Yeah, they're dressed identically. They're both hot. And they both did a terrible job. They're right into it, drinking the piss
Oh, they're
and cum.
doing it.
Look at her go. You're burping it
Just for the girls.
And she's killing that cum.
You can't do it. Bryn's almost done.
Oh, it's so thick.
Done. Bryn's done. Bryn's done. It's all on you.
She's
Bryn.
got
Come
like,
on.
oh, she drank all the cum, and the cum's all over her like sports bra. The cum's on her
That's
mouth.
the hardest thing I ever had to watch.
Can I
Listen,
puke now?
yes, you can puke now.
What's
you
the
girls
puke
are
waiting
awesome.
for?
You girls are monsters.
Yeah, I would've-
I'm done. Nope.
The guys are drink it now.
Fuck you.
The guys are drink it now.
Let's see these twins. Oh, man, who? I'd be really upset if I was the cum guy and my twin got pee.
Really? I
Yeah, I'd
totally
much
prefer the
pee.
cum.
The cum is going to be thick and viscous, and you have to gulp it down like 100% food.
See, I
instead of
guess
pee.
it's to me like, well, cum is meant to be swallowed, and pee's not even a food.
No. Neither
Careful.
is a food, and they both came from donkeys.
Oh. Donkey cum.
Say it again?
I said donkey cum is not meant to be swallowed.
Well, I mean,
and
it's just donkey cum. That's the only variable in there. Otherwise, it's supposed to be swallowed.
Did you see at the end right there where Joe was like, "Oh, you have to finish this last little bit," and there was like maybe like an eighth of a load of donkey cum in the bottom, and she just had to go, and she'd already like been over the bucket like, and she just goes, picks it up, and you can see in her eyes, you can see the second where she's like, "I just drank this whole amount of cum, and now I got to polish it off," and so she just goes, just kind of like half vomits as she pours the remaining ejaculate down her throat. That's horrific, and that is not worth. Thinking back, $50,000 is the prize. What sort of grievous financial trouble are these people in where they need $50,000? Unless a gangster is gonna break your kneecaps when you get back from your Fear Factor trip, like I feel like you get there and they're like, "All right, you're gonna guzzle donkey cum." They're like, "Oh, really? Last episode they ate some earthworms, so I'm fucking out. See ya."
After you divide that in two and pay your taxes, they're each taking home about 20 grand. Because they're a team, right? Do they get 50 grand each or 50
Yeah.
They could get a brand new, lightly used Honda Civic.
Because actually, no. So I'm not positive about this, but it was always 50 grand, I think. So I think on that's like the special edition that they did in the later years, where that was either siblings or twins or something like that. So I think they changed the prize money when they do that. So it's like $100,000 episode or something because
Joe-
it's like groups.
Rogan was amazing at that. Only he could have done that show the way he did. Like, he would be a psychologist in the way that he would talk people into doing it. And it wasn't like, do it, you're a pussy, right? Every middle schooler can do that. It was like, you know, they would have to admit that they're a quitter. And, you know, like, there was a certain defeat and shame that came with not drinking donkey cum or whatever it was they were going to do. Like,
Yeah.
Have you seen when they ate the cave spiders?
I'd like to see that.
They're
don't know.
alive. They're alive
Okay,
cave
let's-
spiders.
Let's see if there's a small clip of that one. That sounds more palatable.
I just watched.
You know that it's a bad thing they were eating and drinking if eating a live spider is more palatable.
It's not the stunts are cool, but it was really Joe talking them into the stunts or making leery people ready to do it. That was the neatest part of the show to me.
Well, basically, like, he had that same tonality that, like, you remember playing second grade soccer, and it didn't matter who won, and all the parents knew that, but the coach, who was usually just the dad who was the most into it, is there like, "Yeah, you got it, like, keep going, come on, you got it," like, run ahead. And it was like, even as a kid, you're like, you know it didn't matter, but it was like, well, I don't want to let anybody down. Like, I want to try my best. Like, make the coach proud. Of course, not me. I hated soccer. I was terrible. But that's what Joe Rogan does. He kind of takes it away from like, oh, come on, you can't handle it, into like, you can do it. Only a little bit more cum left. That can't be more than 6 ounces of cum. Now it's no more than 4 ounces. You got it. You got it. You're a cum drinker. Like that.
All right. So what's really cool about this clip? It's 1 minute long. Look at Joe's. So Joe, it's exactly what you guys are talking about. He's pumping the girl up, convincing her to eat the spider. Look at his face though when she actually does eat the fucking spider.
All right, ready, set, play. I hope it's what I see, where Joe gets her to convince herself. We'll see what we get here.
You guys are gonna have to eat these African cave-dwelling spiders.
They're hideous.
Oh, those are atrocious.
Oh, they didn't
They've got
show
like
the.
appendages.
It's right there. Look, forget about it. Grab it.
Grab it and keep going.
Grab it.
He's not telling her to think about it.
Get it. That's it. Get it. Do it. Just chew it. Just chew it once. There you go. Bite it. Short and small. There you
Look at that black guy. You can't believe
Jesus Christ.
Oh, when they're
man.
scared of something and he psychs them up for it, that's to me the genius in the show.
The worst part of Fear Factor was when they would take a break from like the spiders and donkey juice and be like, this challenge, you have to do this super scary trampoline onto a zip line. And that was always shitty. I hated that part about the show. The only entertaining, compelling part was the eating and drinking of horrible fluids and bugs. Or they had to lay in bugs. Sometimes they'd put that like Saw. If you ever saw like Saw 2 where they have those boxes with like razor wire in it. Yep. This was that same kind of box with no razor wire, but it was just a cube over your head that you could see through and everybody could watch. You had goggles on, and then they just come over and summarily dump like 10,000 centipedes on your head, and then it was just a close-up cam of you going for like 15 minutes as Joe was standing next to you going, come on, don't give up, you got it, it's crawling on your face, not gonna hurt you, it's all right. That's what it was. You didn't like it?
No. Look, that reality show that we did in my backyard that Sam won, the prize money for that was the same fucking thing. Like, fuck all that shit, man. I'm not drinking donkey cum. I'm not doing that stuff. It's outrageous. It was not, you're right, it wasn't nearly enough money for the awful, like, scarring things that they would sometimes do. There's a whole montage of, like, Fear Factor quitters, and he'll really make fun of them sometimes, because sometimes it's just a really pretty girl who, like, got through the process, however. There's one of them, it's twins again, and they've got huge boobs, and they have to swim through this like tunnel of water, and it's really claustrophobic, and she's just like, she like touches the water, and she's like, nah. He's like, you're just quitting? She's just quitting, everyone. Look at her. She's quitting. He's like, you're the worst contestant I've ever seen. She won't even try it. And she didn't. She was like, no, fuck off.
Did you see it where
than other ones? Like, I have more respect for her for going, okay, no, I'm not doing that. Oh, you're not going to do it? No. I already told you I'm not going to. I'm an adult. I don't need a new Ford Fusion that fucking bad. Screw you. I'm not doing this. Whereas other people are like, I'm not drinking this horse cum. He's like, oh, you're not going to drink it? Look at this. Steve doesn't want to drink a little bit of cum. A little bit of cum is going to turn Steve off this $50,000 prize. And he's like, well, I guess if you put it like that. He starts that like the way that he would convince some people was almost like reminiscent to like date rape. Like he Bill Cosby'd people into it. Like, oh, you can't give up now, baby. Like, oh, you got to win that money. You're gonna go home a loser. Oh, what are your friends and family gonna think when you go home a loser and they say, oh, Samantha, you couldn't drink just half a quart of orangutan shit. You couldn't just drink half a quart of it. You know, little Johnny's in the hospital. He needs help with his medical bills, and you couldn't muscle down a little bit of primate poop.
Did you see it when he broke up a fight? A contestant attacked him.
I don't.
Joe Rogan did? No, I didn't.
Yeah, that sounds familiar, but I don't.
What
remember
happened was
circumstance.
a girl punched a guy, and Rogan treated it like a contestant punched another one, right? Like in my head, it was like, all right, a girl punched a guy, but it was a girl. And he's like, no, you can't do that. You can't just go hit him. He's mocking. She's like, he was being a dick, and he was. The contestant goaded her and got under her skin. And he's like, you can't just go hitting people. That is not okay. And then, if I remember right, her boyfriend got aggressive with Joe and pushed him or something. And Joe, like, immediately, if I remember right, like, landed a guillotine on him or something. And
He's like, you can't hit people either.
Yeah. And
Only I can hit people.
Yeah. Yeah, it was great. I'm sure it would be hard to find. But, yeah, to watch Joe, yeah, let's look for it.
Watching these little clips, like, I didn't realize how long ago it was that this show was on, because I used to watch it all the time, and now even like Joe Rogan looks so much younger. They got like those like big late 90s, early 2000s polo shirts on. Let's see this.
The first
This
one
is
I
it.
found is really low quality.
Well,
You linked one, Kyle.
I think one. It's standard def.
Standard def. I think we can deal with a little 480p.
All right, let's try it. I'm queued up at 0. You
Me
guys
too.
ready? Set. Play.
Victoria, Jonathan, come on over here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is it.
You're the biggest.
She's got it.
Hey,
Oh.
what are you doing?
I don't know. She hit him hard, dude.
Assault people. What are you doing?
Oh, but he,
That's a little dude. That's a little guy she hit.
But you're an asshole.
You can't run up to him and hit him.
In previous shows, I've upset a few people. I've ruffled a few feathers, if you will. Victoria might have been the most agitated I've ever made anyone. I mean, she punched me as hard as she could. I mean, she held nothing back and knocked me backwards.
Look, if you and your husband hit each other, that's one thing. You don't run up and hit other contestants. No, hey. No, hey.
After yelling at his wife the entire time, he's sticking up for her.
He got in Joe's face.
And then he got too close to Joe.
Please.
Oh my God.
He got too close to Joe.
You got too close to Mr. Rogan.
Wait a minute.
Oh, my partner is crying.
It was a Muay Thai clinch. He didn't guillotine him.
Wait a minute now.
I would have
I
to
think
say that,
they didn't show what
Joe
happened.
Rogan is
What
about
happened was
100
he got too close to Joe, and Joe attacked him.
Yeah, they kind of like they skipped it. There was a little jump cut in there, and suddenly Joe's got him by the plum on the back of his head in a Muay Thai clinch. Like, I don't know. It seemed like maybe the guy was just up front. Yeah, he got too close to Joe. Doesn't mean he hit Joe. It doesn't mean that he he provoked Joe. Joe
After him.
yeah. Joe grabbed the plum on the back of his head, pulled it down, and I couldn't see that Joe kneed him in the face or anything. But they didn't.
Should have gotten him
show
in one of
anything.
those like MMA like feet wrapped around him holds from the back where he's like, "You're gonna drink this cum and that 50 grand's off the table, you whore." He just muscles it down his throat. Just you don't hit people on my show.
It would be.
I was
funny.
on fucking News Weekly or whatever the hell his show was.
News Radio.
News Radio.
Yeah.
Not a great show. Not a great show.
I enjoyed that show back.
I
in
liked
the
it
day.
a lot. Every one of the actors on there, it had a career. Like they were all kind of like medium to kind of medium high level like actors in their own regard. They all did a thing.
Yeah, Andy Dick was on it, right?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
Phil Hartman, is that his name?
Yep.
Phil Hartman. He was killed by his wife in the late 90s, right? Murdered.
Yeah, very sad.
He was involved in The Simpsons as well, I think.
He was.
Yeah.
Part was written for him.
You may know him as Phil Hartman.
Yeah.
Hi.
Dude,
Man.
was the first hour of this show really good or really bad? I don't know. We've
Look, I
talked
don't-
about having a whack pack for years.
I don't think he's whack pack material. Because to be a whack packer, so this is a discussion they have on the Stern Show all the time about who is in the whack pack. They stop and like classify it and like, well, this guy, but not that guy. So for one thing, they can't have a job or a regular source of income that they can keep up with. Like if they're able to like follow a schedule and show up and work for a boss, they can't be in the whack pack. It's usually good if they're not really. I know he kind of fits that profile. It's usually good if they're not really even aware of where they are in the world. Like they're just kind of in their own little world.
2 for
They're
2.
Yeah, right? So far, we're batting 1,000.
It's also good if there's some sort of a freak. You know, they've got some sort of weird thing about them, like they fart continuously, or they queef, or they like be vomited on, or they eat glue. So there's that. But there's the other thing. There's the attention-seeking bit of him. Yeah, I think he would classify for maybe the stern whack pack. Like, he's not much different than like a high-pitched Eric, I guess. He's I guess so. I don't know. I think he's putting on an act though, because I think high-pitched Eric on the Stern Show is putting on an act. I don't think he's like retarded or. I mean, he's definitely off. He's peculiar, but.
He's not as crazy as he's putting himself out there as.
He asked me if I'm always like this. And in my head, I'm like, motherfucker, that's the question I ask you. Like, is he always like this? He was whack packing on. Like,
some of the most smartest people would agree with him. Would he?
Yeah.
Well, that's irrefutable.
And they wouldn't take kindly to any of your idiocisms.
None. Not one of those idiocisms. Yeah, that was fun. I'm glad we had him on. I've been wanting to talk to that guy in some way for years. Like I was with Harley in LA, like maybe I don't know how much longer after he'd had that phone call with Shoenice, and it's interesting to hear both of their versions of that phone call. But I remember like Harley's genuine opinion of that guy is that he's too crazy to work with, because that's what he like told me in a back alley in Los Angeles while I was trying to vomit up the drinks that I had consumed for his stupid fucking show. He was like, yeah, he's really crazy. Don't deal with him. But that was fun.
Are the Charlotte riots getting national news on the level that the Ferguson riots did, or like the Milwaukee? Like, to me,
no, not at all.
No, it's
Really?
because you guys are all anti-gay. We don't care. We're like, you know what? They had it coming.
I'm anti-gay. Yeah, because it's dominating. Like I'm in Raleigh, so I'm like the next biggest city in North Carolina, and to us, it's like a really big news story. I'm hearing about it constantly. Do you want to see these guys beat someone up? Let's watch this
I've watched
video.
all these, but I'll watch them again.
Check.
Is this the one where they like pull the guy's pants off and like drag him around a parking garage?
Dude, that's a
and beat
real
him to
gay
shit of him?
beatdown. Let's watch it. I'm queued up at 0. I linked
Where
it in
like
there.
black guys grab this white guy and.
You gotta be 18.
Are you ready? No.
Almost. I gotta sign in.
Gotcha.
I am ready.
It was frustrating to me.
Yeah, it's been a real shitty time in Charlotte the past couple days.
It has. So, you guys ready?
0.
Ready,
I'm ready to go.
set, play.
Oh no!
So they're dragging this guy through an underground parking lot or parking tower or something.
Got his pants.
They're stomping him down. He's shirtless. They're pulling his pants off too. They're kicking him in the head while he's down.
Oh, he's naked
He's on
now.
his hands and knees, mostly naked. I can't tell if he has underwear on.
I'm pretty sure he was naked. They stripped him naked and left him in the
I'm
garage.
sure he was.
It's frustrating to me. Like it from what I can tell, a black police officer shot a black guy who wasn't complying when they asked him to put his gun down with a black police chief, and now they're just kicking the shit out of random white people in parking lots.
It's because they're racist and they hate white people, and they're using this as an example to exert some of their hatred and violence.
Yeah, that's all that it is. Like, if these people knew the actual story, or even if they didn't, it wouldn't inspire, like, you know what? Yeah, fuck all white people. Fuck them. Look at that guy, white, in Charlotte. What a dick. Let's strip him down and beat the shit out of him and drag him through a fucking parking garage. Like, it really is. Kyle hit it on the head. It's people who are racist and bitter, and they see this as a perceived slight on their entire community. The fact that it's a black guy shooting a black guy doesn't matter to them, because they just... It's like just excuse making.
The dead guy's family went on Facebook, and they said he's a father, he was just there to pick up his kid.
He was just reading a book.
He's sitting in his car reading a book. And the police are like, yeah, there were no books found on the scene, which I find very believable.
Yeah. And then they said, like, he didn't have a gun, and then it turned out, well, he did have a gun, and which pulls into question everything else they've said. Which is like, okay, like, now why should we believe you about any other things you are saying when the simple fact of the matter is you lied on something that you knew was going to come out?
He was
but at the end
on the street.
Let
me jump in. He was on the street walking around. They were trying to serve a warrant to somebody else. And then the police like asked him about something, or, I guess met him. And he went back to his car to get his gun. and then didn't comply with police orders after. Like, why did you go to your car to get your gun while the police were trying to talk to you? Like, what's happening there? What could possibly be like innocent going on in that situation? And then the police ended up shooting him during some of that, and that's that. I will say this: I think they had body cams that weren't on. Fire them. Fire those guys immediately. Like, if anytime the body cams aren't working, fire those cops. Get rid of them. Like, I'm done with this bullshit. I hate this. Like, on the police side, sometimes I hear like they want their privacy or whatever. Fuck you. Fuck you. Every bank employee has cameras on them all day long. Everyone at Cisco. There's little smoke half dome things in the top.
Yeah.
Maybe you have them at your place of employment. Everybody who works a cash register at Wawa has a camera on them 24/7. Yet the police somehow feel like they need to be able to operate in secrecy. Fuck you. Fuck you. Cameras all the time. And they're not biased. They just tell the truth. Whatever that truth is, that's what the cameras tell. The police should be excited about having cameras on them. And if they're not, I worry about why.
Yeah, like that. If anything, if you're just a good-hearted police officer, the addition of a body cam on you probably is really relieving. So that if something does go down, you can be like, "Oh, thank God, this is here recording it," so that they'll see this person coming at me with a knife or whatever, and that I'm exonerated. I didn't just go after them, and people didn't assume the worst because the angle from my cruiser didn't quite see what was going on, or I got an incomplete picture of the situation. Yeah, it's really shitty that all those they're riots down there, and media is only calling them protests, which is ridiculous. And it's some people are so fucking stupid. They think that any condemnation of these protests or riots is somehow maligning the entire African American community, when that's ridiculous. The overwhelming majority of the African American community, I'm sure, looks at this and is like, "Oh my God, are you fucking kidding me? Like, come on, this is like, oh, thanks for making our community look good in the media for all the actual people out there who lump people in by groups, and we'll look at that and say, oh, look at that, just black people being black people." Like, it's bad for everyone. Like, nobody benefits, or maybe like some secret cabal of Bloomberg people do, but probably not.
I saw a video, and this guy it's a woman. She was DUI, cute little thing, and he pulled her in, and she managed to slip a phone into her bra. And then later on, she went into a bathroom and started making a phone call. But the cop had a body cam the whole time. And she's on the phone with her friend saying, "I got this covered. I'm going to tell everyone he sexually molested me, that he touched me inappropriately, etc." And he hears her, but more importantly, his camera's picking up this audio. It's on YouTube now. And as she comes out and starts telling the world that he molested her, or I forget what her story was exactly, but there was some sort of sexual impropriety in it. He's just laughing at her, knowing that his whole interaction with her was recorded. If it wasn't, then what? Then what? Do you not take a woman who screams rape seriously? I'm just happy it's recorded, because she wasn't. Heck, she should be charged with a crime.
Yeah, it simplifies things, and there's no reason not to have it. Like, with all this shit going on, it just would make it so much easier. But then at the same time, it's like they could release a body cam of a black guy aiming a gun at a cop, and even if that cop is black and shoots him, it'll still result in a protest somewhere, because the problem with the paradigm they fit stuff into is every single incidence of what they perceive to be bad or evil isn't just an incident. It's not just a bad thing that happened or an unfortunate thing that happened. If it was a justified shooting, it's still not fortunate, it's still unfortunate. And they make those incidences and conflate them to be, it's not just this incident, it's indicative of all of American culture. All of American culture is racist, which enables this. And it's like, that's why I think people don't like the Kaepernick thing, is because it's not really actually opening a dialogue. It's just moving the goalposts of the dialogue to be that any sort of violence by police imposed on black people, just or unjust, is the result of America being racist. And I don't think that's true at all. The fact that this is a huge dialogue in our country and has been for years shows that, you know, when a black guy gets shot in the street, there are no white people out there going, woohoo, yay. Like, nobody does that. If that was happening, then point me to it. But I don't fucking see it anywhere, because most people see that shit and they go, that's abhorrent. That really sucks. Even if they did do something bad, you know, I still feel bad because they died. Like, it's, I don't know. Maybe I'm just spouting too much at once right now, but it's bullshit.
The Kaepernick thing, I'm almost pro Kaepernick on it, and I might not be if I knew more. But it seems like, all right, here's a guy who's protesting silently and peacefully, right? Isn't that what we want? Like, you might not agree with his protest, but when a guy protests peacefully, I feel like what you do is you listen and hear what he has to say and see if there's a problem here that needs to be solved. He's not looting. He's not beating up guys for being white, it would seem. He's just protesting peacefully. And that, in my opinion, just deserves a listen.
Yeah, of course. It's not the fact that it's not saying that he's a bad guy for doing that, or that is on the same level of protest as what's going on here. It's obviously not. It's a respectful, it's intentionally disrespectful to get people's attention, but it's quiet. You're not rustling a bunch of people's lives up. You're not fucking with people. But I think the reason people don't like it is because it's pushing, or I guess propagating, this false narrative that is, these incidents are due to America being racist. You know, the police, it's not 20,000 separate precincts. It's a big cabal of evil people who just hate black people. And when that narrative is pushed, it just furthers this chasm between urban communities and the police, because everybody in those communities is going to be more likely to be like, oh, well, you know, they really are out to get us. They really do hate us. And the cops are going to be more like, well, we got to go into this like walking on eggshells, or maybe some of them out there going, well, we got to go in, you know, punch them twice as hard first so that we're ready for it. Like, it doesn't actually move forward in solving anything, because it pushes the wrong problem.
Let me lay this out there. So they're peacefully protesting in Charlotte. They were. And the police came out and said, it's time for you guys to disperse. And, like, with hardly any time between, hey, disperse, and action, they're putting tear gas in the crowd. My wife was watching it, and she's like, you know, it really seems like the police are escalating it. They had peaceful protesting. The police go in with the tear gas. I don't know if you want to call that a violent response or not, but you hear where I'm coming from. It's an escalating response. And now the people are, like, swarming and misbehaving. What if, like hypothetically, I'm sheriff. It's like, guys, you're going to laugh at this. My name's Sheriff Woody. I see you're protesting peacefully. You know what? I brought ice cream sandwiches, and I'm going to hand them out to the crowd. All I ask is that you don't block traffic and you don't break things, and this is all going to be okay. Like, how would that do for community relations? How about if instead of handing out tear gas, you had ice cream sandwiches?
They would mob the ice cream sandwich salesman and tear off his pants and rape him and pilfer his ice cream sandwich cart of all its tasty treats, and they would laugh at Sheriff Woody.
He's not selling them.
Yeah,
you know, he's giving them away.
I don't fully buy that they went, get out of here, and then started hucking tear gas immediately.
It was on a live stream.
Quick. Maybe they didn't wait enough time. I don't know the details. You could be totally right there. But someone who has tear gas land at their feet doesn't immediately go, you know, this cause that I was just peacefully protesting for, trying to get my voice out there, trying to make sure that I'm heard. Fuck that. Fuck my cause. I'm going to be counterintuitive to what I just said I was going to do by running into that 7-Eleven over there, breaking all the windows and stealing shit. Or running into the whatever sports teams are in Charlotte.
Have you ever been part of a mob? Like, I feel like,
oh yeah,
you know, justification comes in a really weird thing. I have, and like, I don't know, like you're at one point angry and for a cause, and then it becomes a free for all, and you're just angry at the world, and shit breaks down. That's what the police did. Well, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. You know, they should be sane and they should be making good decisions. But, justify it or not, it might cause it. And what if they befriended the black community? What if they took all those protesters and said, you know what, here's some ice cream sandwiches, here's my ear, I'm listening, what do you have to say?
Maybe an ice cream sandwich gun so they could launch them into the crowd.
That might be misinterpreted.
Whatever. Are you sure those are sandwiches, Bob? Oh yeah.
Shotgun shoot anything.
I always want to. I don't know. I want to see them use some of those future weapons that I used to see on the Discovery Channel like 6 years ago. I want them to like bring out the big powerful hose that shoots glue. I want them to just glue a whole slew of people together so they're all tacky and crawling on the ground trying to get away, stuck together.
That would
or
help
use one
with traffic, though.
Fuck it. They got a special, spray to dissolve it later, but let's get a sticky. Let's hey, next time
Sticky.
let's get sticky. You'll look out there, there'll be like 30 pairs of Jordans just stuck to the sidewalk and not a soul inside.
See, to say something else about those, how they went from like the peaceful protesters to the people running, like ruining shit. I don't think, like a lot of people seem to be implying, that all those people holding the signs or whatever that were being peaceful for hours suddenly just dropped them and ran into a store and started destroying shit as an excuse. As with most mobs, I feel like it was mainly a lot of people trying to be peaceful, and then a few people perceived it as being shitty, and they quickly got everybody who wasn't really there seriously, just the people who are there because they know it's an opportunity that they can loot and steal, cause mayhem, have fun, no accountability. Like, that's the kind of people that atmosphere would draw. But by no means, I really don't think that the people who are actually really serious about Black Lives Matter, I may disagree with them, but I don't think they're bad people. I don't think they immediately drop their signs and then go loot. Like, I think it's...
I feel like the chaos
shitty.
can lead to destruction. They might go in there with one thing in mind, and then it turns into destruction. I've told this story before, but in fast forward, people love this. I was in high school. There was a guy, a classmate. I didn't even know him very well. He was a year older than me, and he was a senior, and he went to this party where there were college kids. And he went there, and he tried to pick up a girl, right? That was his crime. And the college kids beat him up. They hit him in the nose, and they broke it. So he comes to school the next day, and he has this like plastic V-shaped sort of nose guard on with maybe tape across his eyes and 2 black eyes. And everyone was like, oh, my God, what happened? Like, how did this happen to you? So, like, the whole school, hundreds of people go to the house where the party was to get, like, vengeance or justice on these guys that beat him up. But they just weren't home. I don't know if they knew they were coming or what, like, whatever. But when everybody got there, they just weren't home. And this little girl, she had a twin, picked up like the for rent sign in front of the house, and she's like, you pussies, let's get the house. And she starts like hitting the house or something with the for rent sign. Well, it wasn't long before they smashed down the front door, and I rush in the house. I don't know, I didn't really have a plan, but everybody was rushing in the house, right? Like, everyone
Didn't want to be left behind.
Yeah.
What if all the good shit was gone by the time you got there?
Well, like, I wasn't far from the front, if I'm honest. Like, I was maybe the like 18th person out of hundreds to rush into this house. And when I get there, the first scene I see, it's an old like CRT television that sat on the ground. Some guy has a vacuum cleaner, and he's in his backswing like a golfer. He's coming through, and he hits the television and breaks the television, and I would assume damages the vacuum cleaner as well. And I saw that, and I was like,
now that I can't even get the glass up.
I should not be here. And I turned out, and like everyone's scattering, right? Like, someone might even yelled like, run! And the police were coming. And I ran for like a block, and then I decided to walk as if nothing had happened. Like, that was my strategy. And as I'm walking home, probably beat red and sweaty and nervous and whatever, the police picked up me and my partners in crime and took us to the police station and started questioning us. And it's funny that, like, dude, everyone, not me, I swear I didn't do anything, but aside from walk through the front door, but like, there were so many people that caused destruction on that house. Tens of thousands of dollars of damage in like a minute. Just people ripping everything, destroying
like
it.
Like piranhas, ruining a home.
Oh, just wrecking this home because they rented it to the wrong
home
people.
makeover, but the evil version.
Yeah. And,
hello, Juarez family.
So yeah, you have to imagine everything's wrecked. Drywall's torn down, carpets destroyed, every appliance ruined, just trashed in a heartbeat. And they're all like, who did it? Who did it? Who did it?
Ours now.
hundreds of kids were like, oh, it was Dominique, this like 90-pound little girl. And the cop is like, how can this be? How can this be? We have 300 witnesses saying it was all the girl with the for rent sign who did it all. And she
Just watched and said, stop.
You're right. This girl, she could hardly crush a grape. Yet everyone pointed the finger at her. And in fairness, she did turn, I guess, hundreds of people were like, oh, they're not there. Oh well, I guess there's nothing to do. And she turned it into a mob, an active, like, destructive mob. And that
mob mentality is definitely a thing where, you know, you just get kind of caught up in the excitement of it, like at a concert where, you know, if that same group of people were all at Walmart Superstore in the grain aisle, whatever. Been playing too much Civ with saying granary. But in the grain aisle, they wouldn't just start like moshing trying to get their favorite bread. Like, it's just the environment that you're in at the time, kind of. But yeah, I could see that happening. I can
see putting tear gas in a crowd.
That could be it. But I also just
they need that heat ray.
A heat ray.
Yeah, you haven't seen that? They've got this thing. It's like mounted onto a big truck, and it's like it's shaped like a shield, but turned the other way, and it shoots a beam of heat at you, like a beam of infrared heat. And it's like they say it's like opening a really hot oven and it being right in your face, and it shoots over long distances. Hit them with a heat ray.
The guy that taught me how to fly a paramotor was a riot policeman in Berlin before he taught people how to fly paramotors. And I asked him about it. I was like, what did you actually do? Like, I know you're a riot cop, but like, what's your role in this thing? And he's kind of a thin-built guy. He's fit, but he's not like a power lifter or anything. And he's like, so here's what happens, right? You've got a row of people up front with like body armor and shields and stuff like that. And he's like, they're on the front line and people are yelling at them, maybe even like throwing things at the shield. And he's like, that wasn't me. He's like, I was the guy behind him. And a guy with a shield will like look at a crowd and find like a particular troublemaker. That one. So then they open up, and then he and like 8 other guys swarm through the hole that they opened up, grab someone, pull them behind the row of shields, and they close ranks. And that was his job. Like, they'd all just open up, grab a person, throw them in the paddy wagon. Open up, grab another one, and before long, it's like, oh man, everyone who screams at these cops is getting tossed in the paddy wagon. They start behaving, and he told stories with this like glee on his face. They had a water cannon. And so the water cannon, Kyle, you talk about these future weapons. This is a today weapon that's pretty awesome.
It's a 1960s weapon, unfortunately. That's why we don't use the water cannon here in North America anymore. Apparently
in Germany, it's still alive and well. Because like they put the water cannon. The way they did it, I like this. In German, of course. But they're like, hey, the water cannon's here. You guys need to disperse. We're going to shoot it in 5 minutes. Right? And everyone mills around or whatever. And then they say, hey, 3 more minutes. We're going to shoot this. At 60 seconds... it begins almost a countdown, So when they start going 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, the people that are there, the people that are there have chosen to get squirted, right? They didn't just fail to disperse. They're like,
it's a bit understated.
Right. I mean, so they're like, hey, squirt me with your water cannon. Let's see what we got. And usually, once they get wet, people in water are just like, my clothes are wet, and they run. But every once in a while, and he was excited about this, a guy, he had no shirt on too, and he's like built, he's like Arnold Schwarzenegger or something, and he's like, flexing, like, hit me with the cannon. And they shoot him with the water cannon, and he doesn't go anywhere. He's just getting hit like in the sternum. Hit me. He's not moving. And the cops are just like, all right, I guess he wants this. They turn it up to full blast. They hit him with the water cannon. He shoots back like 30 feet, sliding like there was a skateboard under him or something. Just like a pressure washer and a piece of dirt. And he flies backwards, and it's like you can't beat the water cannon. There's no human that I don't know if a hippo could stand up to a water cannon. That's win.
The message of the day. You can't beat the water cannon.
Yeah, you can't beat the water cannon.
I never thought about why we don't use the water cannon.
Oh shit! I've got a video.
Because of the past of it, but it does make a lot of sense as far as like breaking up a crowd, like very little cleanup. Oh, is this the guy that dies from it?
I hope not. Let's start from zero. This is Turkish police using a water cannon.
Are you ready,
Yes.
Taylor?
I am ready.
3, 2, 1, play. Oh, shit.
This guy's like, give me a squirt.
Oh, yeah, he wants to be squirted.
Come on, bring it. You know what? Fuck your big water truck.
Oh, he
Runs
kicks a
and
water.
it.
What is he doing?
Kicks it,
He
hits
didn't even
it.
scratch it.
Like, yeah, I hit your big fucking water truck, you pussy. Full blast!
He wanted to be squirted.
He wanted to be squirted, but I think he might be dead now. They're all like, you killed him! You killed him!
Okay, to be fair, like they should, like they hit that guy right in the bridge of his nose with
Did
that
they?
water cannon. Like, and they hit him with like a Star Wars laser kind of bolt. Like they just went, "Poof," and there's the water hit him so fucking hard it flipped him over like one of the wobbledy woobs or whatever that kids have where you can't knock it over all the way, and he flipped full, 100%.
Oh, you're right. Oh my god.
Because he seized up.
He
They
didn't
had
flip
been
full.
up
He
into
just
that-
landed on his back. In my mind's eye, they hit him in the chest. Like that's what I saw. I'm watching it back now at quarter speed. Everyone's seeing it. And yeah, he kicks it. He's going to fix his hat. He's going to take his position in front of other people like, "Don't hit them, hit me, I dare you." And they're going to see it in a second on the show. He gets hit right in the nose, and it's a
I think that
knockout.
guy's dead.
I think he's knocked out.
I honestly think that guy, like, not just from the water, just he hit the pavement that he's standing on
Oh.
so hard.
In any case, he's done fighting water trucks for the day. I guarantee it. 'Cause
Yeah.
Up until that moment, though, they had been using like the sissy hose that just kind of wets everybody. They're kind of misting the crowd, like,
Hitting
"Hey,
the
get
floor.
out of here."
I
We'll
saw
get
him
you
aiming
wet.
at the ground and just ricocheting water at people. Sorry to cut you off, but yeah.
And but then I kicked the truck, and he was like, "Come on, fucking hit me!" They were like, "Food power!" Like somebody, it was like a Princess Bride, like he click, 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 all the way up to not to insanity. And when they hit him with that hose, it knocked him fucking silly. That was a big man too. Like he's 200 pounds at least.
That's
Probably
a heavy guy getting
probably
thrown
230.
around. Like, it's surprising to watch because you don't ever see water used that way against people, and you don't realize how powerful it is.
Not
And
anymore.
you're not gonna, did you see of the Charlotte protests, the reporters that were just getting hammered and the shit beat out of them, like in the middle of their streams? There was one like CNN guy, which first of all, like anybody, CNN, like, you're the news. You should have taken one look at that and been like, okay, we're gonna do like a tomorrow morning piece. Fuck this. Like, no, we should not be futzing around here. Me and my white crew, you know, with all of this stuff pointing. And this guy was just standing there talking, and this guy from the back corner, I shouldn't laugh, it's not funny, runs over, and one of them, he just kicks him right in the side, and the guy just goes, oof, and just tumbles to the ground. The other one, the guy, like, gets like a body check
I
on
saw
him,
that
and he
one.
falls to the ground. Like, it was just mayhem. Like, and it was crazy undercovered.
That
We
was
need a
all,
Law and
that
Order
was all
candidate.
Charlotte, or was that Milwaukee or something?
One of those was Milwaukee, I think.
Oh,
But,
yeah.
no, they might have both been Charlotte. Because
Yeah.
I know Charlotte's been a pretty bad one.
So let me slip an ad in here, and then maybe we could talk about stop and frisk.
Okay.
Sure.
I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Who do we got?
Episode, Squarespace. This episode is being brought to you by Squarespace. We want everyone to remember that. When you use Squarespace, your sites will look professionally designed regardless of skill level. There's no coding required. They use intuitive and easy-to-use tools. Squarespace has state-of-the-art technology powering your website to ensure security and stability. They are trusted by millions of people and some of the most respected brands in the world. You can start your free trial today with no credit card required at squarespace.com. When you decide to sign up for Squarespace, make sure to use offer code PKA to get 10% off your first purchase. Squarespace, build it beautiful. So, whether you're starting a business, building a portfolio, or just expressing yourself online, remember to sign up today and go to squarespace.com/PKA. That's squarespace.com/PKA.
Check them out. Build your website with Squarespace, and you won't regret it. That's a
Okay.
guarantee.
Is it?
From me. From me.
Well, hang on a goddamn minute. I don't know if they said that or not. They said
No,
you'd
my-
like it.
Yes. Yeah. All right.
Did we
so
do
you want
the
to talk
ad?
about?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Which one did we do?
Squarespace, your favorite.
I do like them.
Yes, you do.
So Donald Trump said that he has the solution. He is, of course, the law and order candidate. He says it's stop and frisk. He wants to bring back stop and frisk.
And what do you think about that?
It's multifaceted, right? Because on the one hand, I don't want to be fucking stopped and or frisked at any time. And from that standpoint, I'm pretty inflexible. And under no circumstances do I want you coming and fucking with me, right? Like what do you always we always talk about, like when we've got to buy the marijuana for our dying mother-in-law or whatever, or our dying mom or dad or whatever, and we're like that's the day you get stopped and frisked, right? Like I don't want anybody stopping and frisking me, and so therefore I can't have them stopping and frisking anyone else. I do think, however, that stop and frisk could be effective, especially if it's coupled with racial profiling.
I do like. It's really confusing because stop and frisk is something that did work in New York. Like crime did go down from the time they implemented that until they, I guess, stopped doing it. But it's the same thing you said. Like, I guess it's Fourth Amendment, unreasonable search and seizure, where that doesn't seem very fair. So just because you're walking around and some crime happened a block away and the police are like, well, we better just, there's about 15 guys walking around. That guy looks scary. That guy looks scary. Oh, that's a little Asian girl. Well, no, not for her. Like, it is a violation, I think. So even though it might reduce crime, I just don't like the idea of cops being able to just say, yeah, crime happened nearby. We have to frisk you. Oh, really? What crime? I'm going to tell you that. I don't have to tell you what crime.
Too many other violations. Like once they have that power to do that, they'll be able to manipulate that law. And all of a sudden, they're knocking on your door and like, oh, well, I see you in there, sir. Let me just come on in and come here a minute. Let me see what you got in your pockets. I know you're just sitting in your living room, but let's see what you got here. Whoa, uh-oh, you just lost your house.
Yeah.
I
also feel
using their powers every step of the way. So I feel like you can't give them that stop and frisk thing.
Yeah, it's too much power for the police to have, and they don't. It just seems like
you can't trust them.
The fact that they can just come over and say like, all right, I'm going to frisk you, and they don't have to say like, okay, well, there's been a robbery there, and we're concerned about this, and that's the reason we're stopping you here. I feel like it could easily be construed to be like, oh, look at that guy, looks sketchy. Hey, I'm going to stop and frisk you. Oh,
hey, Bill,
why,
wasn't there a crime here yesterday?
Well, there was a crime around here, probably. Like, I don't have to tell you shit. What have you been up to tonight, huh? You tell me what you've been up to tonight. Just so. Well, I don't know. Why do I have to answer that, officer? Well, because crime is about. And
what crime was committed, officer? Oh, that's police business.
Police business.
You leave that to the police, man. Now you tell us what you.
So on racial profiling, I remember there was a presidential debate like 8 or 12, probably 12 or 16 years ago. It was old, and I don't remember who the black candidate was, but just picture like 3 white guys and a black guy on stage, and they said, how do you feel about racial profiling? And one by one, the white guy was like, no way, terrible thing, can't do it. No way, terrible thing, can't do it. And then they get to the black guy, and he says, I support racial profiling. It's absolutely insane to ask the police to throw away any kind of intelligence gathering that they do on bad guys, right? So I'm thinking to myself, like, all right, that race on its own, clearly not okay, right? We're stopping you because you're black. That's not it. But like, if there was an LA Kings tattoo on the tricep of like the last 3 murder suspects that came in, and I see another guy with an LA Kings tattoo on his tricep, don't I get to say like, you know what? I bet he was with those other 3. I bet this is not just a hockey team, but also a gang.
Yeah.
The like Kings, they're doing more than cutting it up on the ice.
Yeah, they're getting like 38 shots a night. It's terrible. So they're
all that drug smuggling. No wonder they suck so bad at hockey.
But so it's like, oh, okay, so if it's tattoos, well, that's intelligence that we can action on, right? Not my friend, this guy I know that was a cop that I don't respect. He was telling me that this is a long time ago when the drug dealers in that town, Ocean City, New Jersey, were open for business, they would roll up a pant leg above the calf. Seems weird, right? But that was the thing. They like if my pant leg is rolled up above my calf, that means I'm actively currently selling. And the
CIA would send messages through how their shoelaces were tied.
So it's interesting. Anyway, it's like, all right, so that's like an active, like interesting piece of intelligence that the police have gathered, and now not just the potential customers know, but the police know. You see a guy with his pant leg up, you know, if stop and frisk were there, they would absolutely take advantage of that. So when it comes to racial profiling, if it's like, all right, you know what? It turns out that a group of people that do this particular crime often wear like Adidas track pants and wife beater t-shirts and they're black, then do you just have to like completely ignore that piece of intelligence that's been gathered when it's a piece of a larger puzzle? Do you have to say, no, we're colorblind completely to the fact that, you know, mafia guys tend to be Italian and that this other group tends to be Jewish and this other group tends to be black?
Yeah, it's complicated because
Isn't it?
ethically.
Well, like
go ahead.
Well, of course racial profiling works. That's why I said at the beginning that stop and frisk only works when coupled with racial profiling. So, yeah, it'll absolutely work, but you're going to ruffle some feathers along the way.
Yeah, it will reduce crime. Like, I think that's been shown. There's probably someone out there who'll be like, oh, well, there's actually a lot of fucking reasons that happened. I'm not educated enough to know. From what I can tell from a little bit of Googling, it did result in a drop in crime, but
I don't think we should give up any more liberties for some supposed extra safety, because we're plenty safe. Stop letting people scare you into giving away your freedom. So just don't search me, don't frisk me. Like, if you see the gun hanging out of my pants or like blood dripping off my hand, like, all right, let's talk. But like, if I'm just walking down the sidewalk, let me walk down the fucking sidewalk.
Yeah. If a little more crime has to happen to make sure that police precincts across the country aren't able to just very quickly turn this stop and frisk into stop you whenever I want on a whim. Like, it's because you're right. It would totally get out of control if it was implemented everywhere, like I guess Trump wants to do. I didn't know he wanted to implement it everywhere, and I don't care for that.
Who knows if he does? Trump says things.
He'll take different positions tomorrow. He tends
stop
to
and frisk. I've never once been a fan of stop and frisk. You can go back all the way until yesterday at 2:48 p.m. and I've been a staunch defender of not. Oh God!
How bizarre was it when he broke out the Trump mask?
What?
When Shoenice put the Donald Trump mask on.
Oh yeah, that was a very bad Trump mask.
Yeah. I'm still not over that. There was a point during that where I just cracked completely up and just had tears. That was pretty funny, I thought. I don't know, like you asked earlier. I guess I'm kind of switching around here, but you asked earlier, was that first hour good or not? I don't know if it's good. I don't know what it is to the fans, to the listeners, viewers, or whatever. But to me, that was one of the most fun hours of PKA we've ever done. Like, for me, I really enjoyed every bit of that, listening to all of his madness, and that was fun for me. So maybe that translated to a fun show for the viewers.
It's probably like the hour and a half-ish segment that I've talked the least in my time on PKA, and I was very entertained, because anytime like I wanted to say something, it was like, no, why cut into this guy's time? Like, let's see what's fucking happening here. Like,
yeah, you just try to slow him down every now and then, because he'll start in Iraq and he'll end up getting, like to yesterday, and you're like, whoa, we got to yesterday. Let's go back to Iraq.
Yeah, you skipped over being in an insane asylum like that was going out for coffee.
And we didn't even ask more about why he was in some sort of special unit in the Army for people who wanted to quit or something like that. He was in some sort of like unit in the Army of like people that nobody wanted because they didn't want to do their duty or something, and he was a cook, and man, so much more. There's just so much more there.
That's part of what makes me think that he's not totally crazy, and he's actually pretty clever. Is he uses the whole I have a short attention span, this, that, and the other thing to, if there is a question that he doesn't want to answer, will give you a cursory little goof around response, and then before you know it, it's like, we asked about an insane asylum, and he's talking about giving corn to kids in Ghana and giving them their own YouTube channel. What are we talking about?
I really liked the part where he said that. What I just lost.
Where he was
fucking
going to
forgot
be a
what it was.
UFC fighter? He saved
No.
an
It was
African
when you
country?
asked him about what he said in Vice about his wife kicking him out because of the fame,
Mm-hmm.
and he was like, "Oh yeah, I lied to them. She kicked me out because of my pill addiction." Just like, oh, that's great. That's perfect.
It was so just stone cold honest. Just so honest and so quick. No, that was bullshit. I got kicked because of my pill addiction. It's like, well, it looks like you beat it, you know?
I
I really hope he's doing well, though, because it's clear that he really has a lighthearted kind of a look at his. I don't remember. Maybe he just said alcoholism. I don't know if he had like a funny pun for it, but it seems if he really is struggling with that, I hope that he continues to do well, because that would really suck.
On the show, I see. Like originally, my idea was like we were, trying to figure out how to use Shoenice, what to do with him with the limited time we had with him, etc. And I was thinking like, why don't we have him start out by just drinking that bottle of booze, like kill an entire bottle of vodka or something, and then we go from there. And he's just getting drunker and drunker.
I thought that was a good idea because I was afraid he would be too sane and normal on the show. It turns out that wasn't an issue.
Saintly and manic.
Yeah, I was like, we need to get him get a bottle of vodka in there so that we have in it like a crazy person on the show. No, he comes that way stock. There's no modification needed.
He was getting high the whole time. I mean, it's not like he came to us sober.
Pot didn't do that to him. Oh, that was tobacco, by the way.
That'd be some really strong pot.
Yeah.
If he was, but when he leaned over to call Sparky, that was fucking hilarious, though.
And what he was like, is he giving his dog marijuana? Is he giving his dog tobacco? I don't think so.
No, he's calling his lighter Sparky and smoking.
Oh, right, his lighter Sparky. I didn't even pick up on that.
It was good. I like his hate for Harley, which seems completely unfounded.
I know.
Yes.
He was like, "Oh, let me explain to you why Harley's a bastard," and he's like, "I talked to him on the phone once, cocksucker," and it's like. Yeah, wait, what happened? You talked to him on the phone, and now he's a cocksucker. What happened in the middle? Oh, he said something about me and my woman. It's like, no, I don't think he did at all. I think you're just a crazy person. You're a crazy person, aren't you?
Go
I
ahead.
I feel like I don't want to hurt his feelings. Like I don't want to call him a crazy person. He might be.
You called him homeless to his face. What are you talking about?
Okay, he is. I said he was like a homeless person.
It's like a poor homeless person yourself, a crazy homeless person yourself. So how can you really help anybody? And I was like, oh, that cuts a little deep.
If you looked at the way he responded, to that, he was clearly like when we had the little conversation about how crazy he was. You could tell he was really enjoying that. He was enjoying talking about that because he was reveling in the fact that he has not only pulled the wool over our eyes, but the wool over the eyes of all of YouTube. He is quite possibly the best troll on YouTube. He's typing to us right now. He's still in the chat. Nobody removed him.
He is typing to us right now.
He's typing to us.
He can't hear us, I don't think.
No.
I don't think.
I would hope not, or he's just sitting there listening to us.
Christopher is typing.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry I had to split, and sorry I
split.
tried to fit my whole life in one interview. That's what he wrote.
That's okay.
Yeah,
That's
no,
all right.
it's cool, bro.
Yeah,
Anyways, we really enjoyed having him on. But I don't know why I'm talking like he can hear me right now.
No worries.
But
had a great time. Hit us up when you want to do a drinking episode.
Oh my gosh, you're a bad person.
we were having an idea of if he did like, I don't know, if he thought he could drink like a 30-pack in 4 hours, that me, you, and Kyle would have to team up and outdrink him.
Team PKA against Shoenice at beer drinking. Like we get each
What
of
did I
us has
type
a
there?
3 versus 1 drinking contest. Bring it, bitch.
Sweet, I am even most funnier drinking.
I am even most funnier drinking, says the wordsmith himself.
And then he corrected his spelling of funnier to funnier. I don't know.
See, that's not
I think
crazy.
he's just a jokester. Like is he just fucking with us right now?
He really enjoyed us talking about how crazy he was, because that's like a solidification of the fact that he's like, nobody knows what is up with me. People out there adamantly think I'm crazy. People out there think that this is all an act, and he's somewhere in the ether. between those two. No one can pin him down.
It's just like I said when he was here. I feel like he's just like a homeless person that I might cross on the street who says something about the world ending in 10 years and how he belongs in the UFC.
Gotta feed the Africans, bro.
Yeah,
Get the hunger.
and I just like throw a
Country of
dollar and
Africa.
run in the other direction, as a way to like separate and create distance.
The cat's in the cradle with the silver spoon.
He's like that, except that he can perform this stunt that gets him YouTube money, enough of it that he can buy a condo in Denver. Like, if he couldn't eat Elmer's glue, he'd just be on a street corner babbling nonsense, right?
He said he was in roofing for 20 years, so he can clearly hold down a job.
He said a lot of things.
Yeah, he did. Well, good point. Yeah, he said that oh man, he's good at this. This is hard. He's doing like some bullshit, detective psychological thriller thing where he gives us 1,000 documents of information and there's 3 that are semi-real. Piece the mystery together, idiots. Like that's what it is.
Yeah,
Sorry, guy.
I'm glad
we
enjoyed
had him
his-
on and got to talk to him.
His
I enjoyed him as
frequent
well.
mentions of like how good looking he was and how he like slayed pussy in high school, and like everyone would dip their napkins in milk and throw it at him, and the girls couldn't get enough of that. And I'm like, oh, really?
I believe that wholeheartedly. I believe that.
Really?
I believe that he stood in his cafeteria and let people throw food items at him.
Right. But do you believe the part about the good-looking class clown slaying all the high school pussy?
No, that was clearly hyperbole. Yeah, he was like making fun of himself some there, which like making fun of yourself like that shows a level of
I believe he was trying to
self-awareness and
convince us
insight
of
that a
that.
straight up crazy person doesn't have.
You don't think he was trying to convince us that that was true at that moment?
No. He was playing that up.
Like, I was in bed with this fine ass bitch, and Harley called me on the phone. And to me, that means I was in bed with a real ugly woman, and
I was masturbating.
Yeah, I was watching porn at the time. I tried to pull it
Maybe.
off, like that moaning woman on the side was a real-life girl.
Yeah, he's definitely not fully crazy. Not even that crazy, I would say. I think Chiz is going to do a complete 180 on his position with Shoenice because, and I did too. After watching the Vice thing, I was really like, man, maybe he is pretty crazy. And then, as talking to him tonight showed like, no, he's really just got a lot of people manipulated, master.
He does. Crazy. He's crazy. I won't say that he never has a thought that's bigger than just stream of conscious, right? Like obviously most of it is just stream of consciousness, bouncing around here and there, unable to like follow a topic for very long. You ask him a question, he forgets the question halfway through. I don't think that was all an act, but I will admit he's got a couple of like coherent, gems that he can pull up when it's appropriate. Still,
I thought the stand-up comedy thing was good and well practiced and interesting that he prefaced it by like, all right, so we're in Austin, Texas, right? Real country crowd, lots of cowboy hats, and I'm like, I've been to Austin. It's not like that. It's kind of a hippie town.
Yeah,
I don't think you've
Austin
ever
is
been
the
to
only.
Austin.
Yeah, Austin's the only city in Texas that's not like that.
Exactly. That's the thing. Like I don't think he's ever been to Austin, Texas, but like that whole bit he had where he's doing stand-up comedy and he's like ragging on invisible people who aren't there. Like I was so confused by that.
You could tell how confused we all were. If you guys are listening to this now, go back and listen to the Shoenice portion again because there are so many times that he finishes saying something and I kind of like look at Woody's face and I look at Kyle's face and I think to myself, and I can see that none of us have any idea what to say or how to even process what it is we've just heard because it's just an avalanche of misinformation that you're trying to wade through in the way to an interesting question.
When the dog barked and he tried to pick up Sparky, was there actually a dog or was he barking?
Okay, so there was a dog outside of his house, and he made reference to that dog and made a little joke about it that wasn't funny at all. But when he's saying Sparky, he's talking about his lighter.
Yeah,
he's like,
I'm on board now.
let me feed Sparky here. What he means is he's gonna smoke some pot. There was no dog in the house though. He
Yeah,
doesn't
there
own
was
a
no
dog.
dog.
He has no dog.
That was quite.
He has no dog.
I didn't follow that piece like I should have at all, and it was there was a dog, and he's it's Sparky, let me get him, and You know?
I mean, it was a stream of consciousness with that guy. You got to be pretty fucking sharp and like focused on him the whole conversation, or you get lost in the weeds. It was hard to stay on board.
Yeah.
Because he's, a little crazy and
I think people are going
manic.
to really like it. I think they're going to enjoy that part.
I hope so. So what else we got?
I heard
gotta pee
Uber
so fucking
was
bad.
rolling out self-driving cars this month.
I heard that too, but is it actually happening? I feel like I've seen an update about self-driving cars showing up for the last year.
I have no idea.
I like that so much better.
But
Now, so here's one thing. I don't like Uber because I like the professionalism of a cab driver. I like that, he can either be completely silent or he can carry on a conversation, and he'll kind of take cues from me as to which are best. But like an Uber driver, I don't know what I'm getting into or what this person's going to be like, what their reasons for being an Uber driver is. But it's probably not that they want to be a professional like livery driver, which is what a taxi cab driver is. So the idea of a car just showing up empty and I get in and like I can fart in the back, like all right, here we go. Got my own car here. This is perfect. I would like that a lot. And it would be even better if you got to drive. If the Uber shows up and you can get behind the wheel and go where you want.
I heard a comedian say, buy that stock right now. There's a massive untapped market for rolling hand job motels.
Oh, yeah, good point.
That's why stop at hand jobs.
I hear you, but like,
Get yourself a bang bus.
Maybe too much movement would throw off the gyroscope or whatever is controlling lanes. Maybe.
dude,
Hopefully not. That would be a very well designed.
Sir, please stop.
driverless Ubers are totally going to become like prostitute. I don't know.
It's going to be a good place to film a porno. I really like, so one of my favorite subreddits is Hold the Moan. That's when they're doing like naughty sexual stuff in a
You
public.
don't have to tell me about Hold the Moan.
Yeah, but for the listeners out, I know what I'm telling you. Hold the Moan is very good. Hold the Moan. They're doing naughty sexual things in public settings, in parked cars, with crowds of people just behind them. Maybe she's facing the camera and like showing her boobs, but they're in a Starbucks completely surrounded, but only the camera can see her front. So she's like, stuff like that. They'll masturbate in like libraries and like they're like squirting in classrooms.
Sex in a
It's good
changing room.
Oh yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Big fan of that. So that will be the next place to film your Hold the Moan gifts for my use.
That actually is a good point. I hadn't thought about the prostitution angle for self-driving cars, or really just the having sex in
Yeah, right?
Suddenly road trips get a lot more fun when you don't have to perform the duties traditionally associated with road trips.
Yeah, definitely so. It would be nice to be in the car and just be able to interact with the other person, like give them 100% of your attention, whether that's sex or that's, I don't know. The future is now. I feel like an old man because like I'll get out a goddamn laptop and like solve a problem so instantaneously that it's so much power. Dude. It's like, oh, we need a thing brought in from the other side of the country like in 2 days to make this other big thing work. Done. There's a whole I just put a chain of events in motion that dozens of people are going to fulfill what I want done, and it'll just happen. And it's $30.
And getting questions answered? Like, once you get the knack for asking Siri stuff, that's amazing. And Siri, I know, like, 15 things
Siri.
that she does, and then, of course, I can just ask her to Google stuff for me. And, like, that, I don't know. There's something about that, the future is now. She is amazing. And Siri changed. So, when she came out, she was just like a voice recognition system that like people programmed. Now she's a learning machine. She's Skynet. So like you ask her a question and she answers it, and she's tracking how well she does at this. So she's continuously learning to be a better assistant through like genetic algorithms. It's the coolest thing. It's a little
scary, but also not scary enough to not outweigh it in coolness. I never use Siri or talk to text because it just I can type with my fingers on my phone so much faster than having to go back and correct. And if you want to add, if you don't want to look like a complete blithering idiot that has no punctuation and common words spelled wrong, then you just have to type it because
that's not true.
Voice to text is not there yet. At least when I've tried it.
You don't know how to use it correctly. So what you do is you say, "When are you coming to my house?" ? I would like to see you later today. Period. You say your punctuation, and it just does it and makes the sentences.
I do that too, but here's the trouble. Like, let's say I do just that, and then for some reason it says, "When are you coming to my mouse?" ? I find it super tough to like just swap that M for an H. They haven't worked in either. I suck at it, or that GUI isn't everything it could be.
I think. Do you use SwiftKey? Because I use SwiftKey.
I don't. I think I just use the built-in Apple one. It's a replacement keyboard.
I've done a lot of things to be able to fix like typing and texting errors. There was this. I used to always try to type the word have at HAVE, and it would make up this invisible imaginary word that I don't think is a word. Han, HANNE. And it was just like, what is this word? And I went and like disabled the word, so it can't even fucking be typed anymore. And it's so wonderful. So I went in and did that to a lot of like common typos and misspellings, so it just doesn't happen anymore. I love SwiftKey.
SwiftKey does this too, I know, but the built-in Apple keyboard, if you do, like for example, I do PKA in all capital letters. That might be something I type more than most people do. Now it's a thing. Like if I can just verbally say PKA, and it's a word in my dictionary that she knows is like in my everyday vocabulary, and it's pretty neat.
Yeah, I like the stuff we're getting. It's cool stuff. We'll have the self-driving cars soon enough. That's actually going to be a thing.
I want a self-driving RV. I feel like that really takes it to the next level. You know, a
Man,
self-driving
wouldn't it,
car
though?
is cool,
No.
but when you have a TV and a kitchen in there, now you're talking.
But you got to be at the wheel, right? Like you can't have what's basically half of a house careening down the highway at 70 miles per hour while you're in the back barbecuing and Jackie's taking a nap.
Ideally, you shouldn't, but people will do that.
Yes.
People will definitely do that.
Can you imagine what it would be like for it to be in an RV that had like a major like 70-0 collision?
I looked at buying
Or you
an
like
RV.
run into a bistro somewhere and just barrel over like 60 people. Like that could happen.
I looked at buying an RV recently. The owners of this house had an RV that sold it to us. And so there's like a couple, it shouldn't be a big deal breaker, but there's like RV plugs and stuff here and there. And I was like, like some of the things that stopped me from owning stuff like that at the Apex house was where would I put it? Like, what would I do with it? Now, those things aren't barriers.
They're so cool. They're expensive.
They're expensive
they're like,
and they're bad. Like, well, RVs are built like cheaply. Poorly. For example, they're just like thin aluminum, worse than a mobile home, right? Thin aluminum. The little quarter round strips on the outside have like a 1/4 inch of overlap to the sideboard, and they always separate and they always leak. And then like guys are telling me like, oh yeah, then you patch it with the tar or something, and then it leaks in some other way. I don't know how they do it, and maybe caulk, I don't know, and they're just like the trim around your house, right? It's all like nailed in with finishing nails. In an RV, the trim around is just held with like tiny little staples, like just a step above paper staples.
Yeah, I know those things.
That's the nature of.
It depends on the level of motor of like RV you get though, right? Because like whenever they came to our place to do that that thing with Sam and all those guys with the prize money, they had 2 RVs they brought to like house us in, like if it rained and I think people eat lunch in there and stuff, and they had supports, like hydraulic supports that came down and like supported the whole thing. Like it wasn't sitting on the tires anymore. It had like legs that it would grow and like
to level it.
It was so nice. I thought it was so nice in that thing. Like we were all like, I think they said it was like $300,000 or something like that.
I wonder if you really looked at it closely, if you'd still think so. So I have a friend, a Paramotor friend, and he's in the market for an RV. And it seems like professionally he's set up in such a way that he can get a good one. And he just, he's stuck. Like nobody makes an RV that he feels like isn't kind of junk. I was looking at junk once. I was like, what do you get for $8,000? Like
$8,000.
Yeah, give me some 1992.
You get an
Econo
old
van.
school bus. Yeah.
Dude, I thought about that too. I'm like, all right, so if RVs are all kind of cheap and they're just a problem that you're about to buy, how about an ambulance? right? What if I buy an ambulance? It's got 2 beds built into it, right? It's got
traffic.
a bunch of storage. Traffic issues are solved. Like, what if I bought an ambulance and they typically are overbuilt? They're like big diesel engines and last forever. I don't know. Sometimes I think about buying something. But then every time I look at it, this is what happens. I'm like, okay. It looks like I just need to be in this thing for like $8,000. Well, shit. That's like 80 nights in a hotel, which is not only better, but like cheaper. And there's a long time before you get a payoff in buying a car that you can live in.
Yeah, like you would have to be spending a third of your year vacationing, staying in that thing. And even if you did spend that much time vacationing, very quickly that RV turns from like, man, do you believe it has a TV and this little card table and that, to being like, God, I'm so cooped up. I got cabin fever in here. This sucks. Why didn't I just get a bunch of Marriott points like everybody told me to? But now I can't because I'll have to admit I was wrong and I'm fucking idiot to buy this.
I'm convinced now that the only way to vacation is to avoid especially if you're vacationing and not on work, is VRBO or what's that thing that kept getting fucked over with in Airbnb. Airbnb, something like that. Because I've done it several times since, getting places in Atlanta to go hang out for a night or two. And I've gotten like really high-rise apartments where you can see like the whole fucking city for like $150 a night. And I've gotten like whole houses with like a backyard and a grill. And
what's the difference between the two, VRBO and Airbnb?
So VRBO is vacationrentalsbyowner.com. So it tends to be, there aren't any cots in like closets on there. It's mostly like nice stuff. And that's the one I prefer. It's the one I've used longer. But Airbnb is so big and popular right now that if you go in and set the parameters to like only the whole house, only, if it has air conditioning and cable and Wi-Fi, if you set all the parameters like you want them, then it'll narrow it down to, the listings that you would actually want to stay in. It's just, the thing about Airbnb is the bottom tier of Airbnb is real shit. Like there's no floor there where it's like, oh, no, you can't just put someone in a closet. Like, yeah, you can. Like there'll be $15 Airbnbs where it's a cot and you can see extension cords all tangled in the background. And it's like, here, stay here for the night. You don't want that.
I had a thing. I was waiting for it.
But VRBO, you can get you can get like a mansion on VRBO for, let's say, $2,500 a night, and it'll have 12 bedrooms. So you and like 3 or 4 couples could go and get this mansion with a pool and a tennis court and 50 acres for like a whole week, and each of you'd only be chipping in a little bit of money. So I like to do that stuff too.
There's a similar service, but it's for renting your house out for movies. And that's, I was like, like, I wonder if anyone would rent my place out and film a scene or two, like in the Game of Thrones room. Like, would they look at this place and be like, oh, yeah, we're doing a shoot in North Carolina, and this place is 3 hours away, and I wonder.
Like Little Dickie's going to show up?
Little Dickie, or...
maybe you don't know that reference. He's got a video called Save That Money, and the premise is that he's like making this whole music video for free, and at the beginning, he's literally going from house to house, maybe in Beverly Hills, begging, hey, you got a big house. I'm Little Dicky. I'm a rapper. We'd like to film here. And he just begs until someone says yes.
Yeah, but they rent it out for a lot, and a lot of the, like, if it's a bigger production, something that to you is a notable amount of money, like $4,000 or $5,000 for 2 days, to them is a very tiny piece of the budget. And it's like, I wonder if there's any money to be made there. I wonder
how much would you charge? Like, so, because you couldn't have like brand new movies in theater. It would all have to be movies that they were watching for the sake of it being on the big screen and like really comfortable theater chairs.
Oh, you're misunderstanding, Taylor.
Oh, am I?
So the premise is that a movie production company would want to utilize Woody's property for their film as a setting.
Oh, I thought you meant that people in that area that didn't want to drive to a real theater would rather come to your house and watch it in the comfort where they can eat their own snacks.
My first thought as well.
I must not have explained it very well. No.
I would much rather go to a friend's house who had a nice indoor theater than go to any public theater and take that dice roll of whether or not there's going to be some loud asshole next to me.
Dude, we have a good one too. Oh, ours is really good.
Let me quickly describe mine. So this one's good for if I don't want IMAX. It's closer than my old one. It's 40 minutes away in Athens, and you walk in a door. There's no one there. You swipe your card at a machine to buy your tickets. It takes literally. It's like boop boop boop. It's faster than the airport check-in thing. It's $8 a ticket, and there's no lines. There's nobody fucking there. It was wonderful. I loved it.
Here's what makes mine special. You go in and you buy a seat. It's a little more than a normal movie theater, maybe like $10 a seat. But you don't just buy a ticket like that. You have an assigned seat now. You're in G15. And you get there, and it's like the nicest Leatherman lazy boy that you've ever sat in. It has an electronic button on it that like puts it into the recline phase if you want.
Is it an AMC theater?
No, I don't think so. I hadn't heard of it before. Maybe Rodeo. I'm not even sure. And then like it has a table that goes across the front. The air conditioning is so powerful in it. People bring blankets, and like they pull up the center. They bring blankets. They cuddle up and they watch a movie together. And it was a normal movie. I think it was like Star Wars or something. And,
all right, they all try to come on the floor, for decency's sake.
Dude,
you try not to hit the guy next to you.
Well, it's easier to just stay erect in a public area with your feet elevated. Keep that blood flowing down, as you recline. Does yours have a button that you can press on the armrest? Because the one you're describing exactly like the one that I go to usually, but they have like a button you can hit and then order food or beer or soda or whatever you want, and they bring it to you.
I didn't order that level of food, but I think that it is there, and it's called the Raleigh Grande, and I'm trying to get like images of it or something for this show.
You know what I've been doing lately? The food I've been sneaking in. Maybe I already told you guys, but I go to like Moe's or Chipotle and get one of those big fucking chicken burritos, and I've been sneaking in a whole Moe's burrito. So like, I have the girl put it in her purse. So we get in there, we get our burritos out, unwrap them, tearing aluminum foil, which is a sound you should never be hearing in a theater. I'm like, tear it quietly. Don't let anybody hear you unraveling. Yeah. And like
here all of a sudden.
By the time the previews are over, I'm chowing down into my delicious Chipotle burrito. Got my big gulp there and my Snickers. It's a great time.
That's fortunate that she lets you put burritos in her purse.
Her burrito's in there too.
Well, if she brings a burrito, she'd be mean to not accept yours.
Everybody gets a burrito. Come with Kyle. Everyone gets a burrito. Burritos to go around. Yeah, that's what I do. Like I'm on the way to the movies. I plan it out so I can stop at Moe's, get the burritos, put them in the bag, roll it up real good. I bring the chips and the queso too, and I try to get in there where it's assigned seating and it's like at the IMAX where it's so fucking big that I can be like, all right, nobody's around. Let's get the burritos out. But yeah, that's made movies so much better because I always eat when I watch TV or movies. I gotta have my food.
If you go to what's your ranking on? Because maybe there's one close to you. There's Moe's, Chipotle, and Qdoba, whatever the fuck it's called. Those are the three I know of. What's your ranking?
So there's a Willie's Mexican Grill, I think, and they have this garlicky chicken, and then they have this other like really spicy marinated chicken. That's pretty good, but I think I like Moe's better because they got queso, but Chipotle's just as good if I'm being honest. I like Moe's and Chipotle about the same.
I feel like Chipotle has like better quality meat than Qdoba. I don't really go to Moe's very often, but Qdoba has the like spicy hot queso it puts on there, which hot queso, that's going to put you over the top. The fact that Chipotle doesn't have that yet, or at least I haven't been to one in like 6 months because they didn't have fucking queso last time I went. And if you have opened a Mexican restaurant, you can't just go, ooh, guac, no. Queso, gross. Like, no, you have to have everything. Or people won't go there, especially not if there's little poop particles giving people E. coli in your tomatoes.
I love those burritos so much. I'm looking into buying a burrito steamer right now. It seems like
that they put down.
And then make the burrito all like sticky and stretchy and pliable, so you fucking roll that shit.
Well,
up.
It's $3,000. It takes up a lot of counter space and it has one use.
I was ready to pull the trigger on a pretty nice burrito steamer, pretty much like what they use at Moe's. But then I read someone who said that a vegetable steamer is better. That it's just a stovetop vegetable steamer thing that'll steam it and make it all stretchy. And I think that thing's like $12 or something.
How much was the high quality steamer?
Oh my God, they start at $80 and go up to like $250 for like just a regular thing for your kitchen top, and like another $380 for like the top of the line thing or whatever.
That doesn't sound crazy to me. Like I feel like an ice cream maker, a bread maker, they're all in that same price range.
They are. It's just like I can see bread.
You have to really
like
get into
bread,
it.
You're going to be eating a lot of bread.
burritos.
Bread has a lot of utility. You can use it for toast in the morning. You can use it for a sandwich in the afternoon. You can use it for whatever at night. A tortilla is like you go 3 meals in a row and you start to feel like some weird invalid with OCD where you're just constantly steaming new tortillas and just eating burritos.
And we've got
It's too-
so many
it's too
stupid appliances anyway. Like we've got like the Keurig thing, and then a regular coffee pot, and then an espresso maker, and then but then like I really like fried food, so I've got a big like deep fryer sitting there too, that kind of has a basket that you lower down into it, and then there's the mixer over it. There's really just not enough counter space for us to have a burrito steaming station at this point. So
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna get the stovetop thing.
That
but I really like
is much better spent on the deep fryer because that's something that's neat to have.
I replace the oil regularly because sometimes I do sweet stuff. You batter just about anything in the pancake batter, and then just fry that shit. Snickers bars, Twinkies, ice cream, butter, Oreos, anything. So good. An Oreo on the inside, when you bite in, it turns the Oreo cookie into like a melty chocolatey goo. So
I've never
fucking good.
had anything like that. I've never had deep fry, whatever.
You never had a
things
fried
you just
Oreo?
mentioned.
So
No.
good.
I've never even seen it.
Oh, it's
I
so
don't.
good.
Honestly, I'd rather have a regular Oreo.
I
Because
honestly, the only deep fried thing I can think of is like French fries and like McNuggets.
Those aren't battered. Well, McNuggets are. So you take your Snickers and then you roll it in pancake batter with like a stick stuck in it, and then you fry it in the oil, and it turns it into this like you've had funnel cakes, right?
It's been a while, but yes.
Yeah, it's like a funnel cake wrapped around whatever else there was, but now whatever else there was is all melty and gooey, encased in funnel cake. It's really delicious and terrible for you.
Oh, I'm sure.
Terrible.
Yeah, this does
Terrible.
not sound healthy.
Because I like to get the powdered sugar out and little powdered sugar on there, maybe some frosting, some chocolate syrup, whatever.
New topic?
I'm hungry now. Well, I'm kind of.
I don't know. Fried desserts is pretty. My grandpa used to eat fried bologna sandwiches all the time.
Yeah, I've done that. It's better fried. Bologna is a meat that is definitely improved by frying it, because then it looks kind of like you put some effort into it.
It takes it from, if you just get like that big tube of bologna and you slice it into slices, it just looks weird and almost not like real food. If you fry it, it almost tricks you into being like, oh, could that be salami? Oh, I'll believe it is. And then you eat it like that because it looks a little darker and it curls up.
I'll never forget the little awkward moment I had with this old lady at a grocery store one time. I was buying some bologna for my dad. My dad gives it to our dogs. He buys that Oscar Mayer bologna in like the package, and he'll tear off a little bit, and it's like treats for his dogs. And so I'm buying this stuff. And in my opinion, bologna like that in that package is just not fit for human consumption. I don't eat it. I wouldn't eat it. I would pass it up even if I were hungry, because I just feel like it's low grade meat and I don't want it. And so I'm picking out this Oscar Mayer bologna, and there's this old lady next to me, and she's like, oh, she gets herself a package as well. She's like, I love this bologna. Put it on a sandwich with a little mustard and a little mayonnaise. Real good. And without even thinking, I went, we feed it to our dogs. I'm like, we feed it to our dogs. And then I was just like, ugh. And I just turned
Had to walk away.
Just had to walk away.
My Social Security doesn't give me enough to buy real meat. I have to have bologna and little bits of whatever fucking... I couldn't think of a dog food brand. God damn it. Purina.
Yeah, I felt pretty bad, but it was the truth. It's just like, we don't eat this shit. We just feed it to dogs.
Yeah, it's not a very good looking meat. I think it's kind of the same story as like government cheese, though. Where like my grandparents grew up both dirt poor, like didn't have running water or electricity poor in southern Missouri. And so they ate meat that they hunted and really, really cheap stuff. And so now it's almost like they have a like for really, really cheap stuff because they remember it fondly. Just like government cheese, a lot of people got given that. And a lot of people, like if you look up on the internet, there's a ton of government cheese recipes that people like and they still want it because they grew up eating it. Like,
what's life like without running water? Like,
you have to go to a spigot that's a little further away on the farm and then pump it out into a pail and then carry it back, and then dump it into a big bath thing, and then go do it again. And it sounded horrible.
My father-in-law grew up in a cold water flat, so he had running water, but only cold. And he was not a fan. He thought warm water was nice.
Warm water is nice. Yeah. It doesn't ever come out of the ground warm unless you live in like Idaho or Utah or one of those mountain places.
I know that we're just really babied and sensitized by our modern conveniences, but look, I just don't want to live on without hot water. I just don't. I don't think I want to survive in a world that doesn't have hot water in it.
Really?
Like long term, if you tell me that like for the rest of my life there'll never be another hot shower, like I guess maybe I could rig up some sort of windmill powered thing heated by the sun, or we could boil some water and have it pressurized or something. Have somebody outside pumping some bellows or something, I guess, to make like a jacuzzi. Like I guess we could make that. But barring that, if you tell me that no, it's gonna be rough from now on. We're gonna live inside this house. They're outside. We can't even show any signs of life. No hot water. We'll just be filthy and give ourselves cold like sponge baths. You know what?
Just kill me.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna go out there and face whatever that is and just see what comes of it.
I have a friend that makes a big deal, or used to, about taking cold showers, being like, oh yeah, I only take cold showers in the morning. It really perks me up, gets me ready, I feel better, feel healthier. There's studies that show fucking whatever I looked up that I wanted to find out. And I just don't understand it. I've had to take cold showers out of necessity before, and yeah, it wakes you up faster, but it doesn't put you in a better mood for the day. It makes me upset and angry, and the whole time, like I'm shaking and my hair's all lathered up, and I like stand under there for like 2 seconds, and they go, it has to be out of there by now, right? No, not even close. Shit. Okay.
Your
and then you have
water
to try
must
and
be
rinse it off
colder
again.
than mine, because I take
No,
a cold
because
shower.
you spent a life in cold water, Woody.
Yeah, I'm talking about you get out of your warm, deliciously comfy bed, and then you get up, and already it's morning, so you're upset. And so you have to go into the bathroom and
I love
turn
how
on
you just hate
cold
every
shower.
morning.
Every morning is upset.
Every morning.
Every morning is a little
The
bit upsetting.
sun's up already?
I wake up and I'm like, oh, I wish it was earlier. It's already like 8 or 9 or whatever it is. Like, it'd be nice if it was 6. And I have more morning,
The sun back away.
And then when I take my shower, look, don't let me kid you and act like I'm just dumping buckets of cool on me. It usually starts warm, and I'm like, you know what? Cooler. You know what? Cooler. And it's like, I'm enjoying this, and sometimes I don't know if I take it down to full cold, but I take it down to a cold that you probably wouldn't like.
My routine is very warm. So like the first thing I do is as I walk past the bathroom door to get my coffee is I turn a heater on in there. It's going to be toasty in there when I get in there. And, by the time I actually get in the shower, the water's steaming and just hot as it could fucking be. I'm just like, all right, here we fucking go again. And just like, let's go in there and do my thing. But yeah, I despise cold showers.
I love scalding hot showers to the point
Really
like
hot.
you get out and your skin's kind of red, and it's probably not good for you.
Your
like,
hair
that's
feels
probably,
different.
Your hair feels a little different. Maybe my sperm count isn't as good as it should be. Whatever.
That too.
Whatever.
I've done that
I'm
That's
before.
a bonus.
So two things. One, it's easier to shave if you like run really hot water or soak in a hot bath. So like, if I'm going to shave my pubic hair, I'll get the spray nozzle thing from the shower head, and like as hot as I can fucking take it. And this is like turning it up in tiny increments, like right on my pubic hair, so that it's like super like loose or soft, so that it'll shave easier. And then by the same rationale, while I was down there, I was thinking, could probably lower my sperm count significantly if I just turn this up a few more degrees and point it down a few degrees as well. And, just blast my balls with some scalding hot water for a few minutes as well. Just kill all the sperm, I figure.
Just to be safe.
That is nice about
Just to
my
be
shower. We have a separate hot water heater for that part of the house. So the shower gets warm in like 10 seconds or something. Like if like say you have your underwear on, you turn on the shower, by the time you take your underwear off, the shower's hot. Like it's seconds. I don't know, 10 seconds.
Yeah, there's nothing better than a warm shower. Like if you told me that those were outlawed because Chancellor Clinton said no more warm water.
She is authoritarian like that. She's
all the warm water
candidate.
goes to the refugees. They get our
all the warm waters. The Syrians have never had a hot shower, and you want to take one every day? You know, like
Have a nice sand bath like they do.
yeah.
Good sand scrub. Yeah, it's refreshing.
I've
We
been
brought
watching.
water hose trucks into all the white neighborhoods. Just go outside and wait for your
Brace
cleansing.
yourselves.
I've
brace
been watching
Would
the
prefer it if you're soaped up already.
guys. I've been watching the polls this week really closely. I expected a Clinton bounce, and there was one. This is 538. I've been watching, but they wrote an article I didn't fully understand, saying like this Clinton bounce is just an illusion. She's not doing as well as you think. That they're actually pretty mixed, the polls.
Yeah, I followed them more on it too, and it looked, maybe this was like yesterday, and it seems to change all the time. But one of like the 538 articles, I don't know if it was written by Nate Silver or someone else, but it was saying like, the title was like, I've never seen so many smart people otherwise be stupid by pretending like Trump didn't have a shot at all, when he was 538 was bickering with this other analytics guy, because the other analytics guy made fun of 538, saying, oh, so now it's like 52-48 in favor of Hillary? That's way too close. Get off of Nate Silver's roller coaster ride. And Nate Silver responded like, no, you guys just aren't looking at the polls correctly. It's way closer than a lot of people are admitting, although he still says Clinton's still probably going to end up winning. She has more paths to victory.
So the article I read was called "Reports of a Clinton Rebound Have Been Greatly Exaggerated." And to just look at the numbers, it seems like there's a Clinton rebound, but they go in there and say that it's, you know, the results are so mixed, it's not as positive as you might think.
Oh, I saw one. It was, I guess, likely voter versus registered voter. The polls there, well, where basically the registered voter polls is they're polling actual people who are registered to vote, and then likely voter is they're polling people who are like, yeah, I may go out there. And apparently Hillary's lead grows some when they include likely voters, as opposed to just registered.
That's interesting. I typically, and I think the history says this, Republicans are the more reliable voters. That, like, there might be more Democrats who like their candidate, but they just don't show up at the polls. That's true with young people and poor people. You know, they might want to vote Democrat, but they just don't.
But they
don't. Stay home.
Whereas Republicans, a lot of them are older, and they are passionate about it more because they're older, and they kind of have more perspective and are really into it.
It's their hobby.
And it's their hobby. Exactly. It's their thing that they're into. And so obviously they're going to go contribute.
Kyle?
Smart cars, smartphones, smart homes. Technology has made everything smart, but when you lose those smart things, it makes you feel really stupid. TrackR makes losing things a thing of the past. TrackR is a coin-sized device that locates misplaced keys, wallets, bags, computers, anything in seconds. Just pair TrackR to your smartphone, attach it to anything, and find its precise location with the tap of a button. It's that easy, unless this thing pops up in front of it. Lose your phone? Press the button on TrackR and your phone rings even when it's on silent. With over 1.5 million devices, TrackR has the largest crowd GPS network in the world, so your lost item shows up on the map even if it's miles away. Never lose anything again with TrackR. Listeners to our show here get a special discount of 30% off your entire order when you go to TrackR.com and enter offer code PKA. The hardest thing you'll ever have to find is their website. So go to TrackR.com right now and enter offer code PKA for 30% off your entire order. Again, that's TrackR.com, promo code PKA.
Brilliant business. I think they're pretty cool.
Yeah, these things are really cool, and they really are coin size. Like, you might think coin size and like maybe it's thick, but like it's so tiny you don't even know it's there. It's nice for finding things. I've got a bunch of them now.
Kyle, you ready for the next topic? What is your town's dark secret? Can you think of your dark secret in your town or a town you've lived in? Right? I saw this topic and I was like, yeah, I kind of have one.
No, I can't think of anything that the town knows about that would really fit that profile.
So some of the descriptions, like it was an Ask Reddit question. They have a fence with the word masturbate on it that you can only see when it rains. And someone posted a picture. It was pretty funny. Let's see. I'm looking for another short one. There was a brothel run by human traffickers in a rural town in Ohio. Mine was in Ocean City, New Jersey. The parking authority lost money. Like, it wasn't a profitable business. And it's pretty amazing because it's a business. All they do is they collect money for nothing, right? Like, they walk out, they get money out of, like,
they're money
buckets.
collectors.
They're money collectors, and they couldn't turn a profit doing it. It turned out a couple things happened. One, the parking authority was like taking vacations everywhere. It's a beach town, so in the winter they don't work. As a matter of fact, in the winter they don't even collect money, so they just go on vacations, but like work trips, business trips, and they'd have like, you know, parking meetings in the Bahamas, parking meetings in Nassau, parking meetings like all over the world, and that's that. And then the guy who was like at the top of the parking authority had a curiously nice home. I mean, you know how much money he makes, and you know that that home doesn't fit the amount of money he makes, so they all suspected that he bought that home in quarters. And yeah, they had to toss, they like fired everybody. To me, I was like, hey, get rid of the parking authority. Just stop charging for spots. It's a surefire way to break even. But they ended up just hiring honest people and making money.
Yeah, I don't think I got anything like that.
Taylor, does your town have a dark secret? What your town's dark secret would be?
It was Ferguson, and then it got out. No, that's a funny thing now. Is if people come through St. Louis, they'll like ask like, "Where's Ferguson?" And like they imagine some like horrible slum somewhere. And like if I was driving you through Ferguson and I didn't mention that we were going through Ferguson, I bet I could get through the entire thing without you going, "Is this it?" Like, because it doesn't look like Baghdad the way all the clips that you see from the riots that happened there did, where it was just like burning.
Are people too young
buildings.
to know the movie Escape from New York?
No,
with Neil
I don't think so.
Pliskin and stuff like that. That is almost my movie version of Ferguson, right? Like people banging on the windows, fires and barrels and shit like that. Like, you know, the homemade weapons, handheld one, like crossbow, but in pistol form, like, but not really like that.
Yeah, it's not like that at all. It's like if you went up to someone in Ferguson and were like, "Hey, you want to go hang out in East St. Louis?" They'd be like, "Fuck out of here. That's too dangerous." Like maybe some of them go hang out there, but they're closer to North County, which North County's not safe. Yeah, there's not a lot of safe areas very close to the city because it's just anything can happen there. But dark secrets from the city. I don't know. If I knew it, it wouldn't be a very good secret. Did you guys have one or no?
I just had the parking authority thing. Lost money. I got a new topic.
No. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if it's been national news or not. Did you see the UNC girl that came out about being raped?
No, I didn't see it. You'll have to give me the rundown.
Dude, it's terrible. So, look, I'm no perfect judge of human behavior, but I saw her interviewed. It was like 40 minutes long. They did like a press conference type thing, and she seems really credible. She seems like maybe a sweet girl that likes to party sometimes. You know, she goes to UNC, which implies that her grades were pretty good in high school, and she has her act mostly together. But she had a nose ring, so, you know, that's who she is, right? Mostly has her act together. Anyway, she got too drunk at a party, and it appears that a football player raped her. So she did everything you're supposed to do. Like she immediately reported the rape. She got a rape kit taken by the police department, and just followed all the rules and did all the things. And the police interviewed her, and she hated the interviews. My opinion on it was like, you know what? Some of these uncomfortable questions get to be asked. You know, did you lead the guy on? I don't know. Do you frequently have one-night stands and stuff? Like
they're trying to investigate, so they're going to ask a ton of stuff.
Exactly. Yeah. And had you had sex with this guy before? Questions like that. And she's like, you know, how dare you invade my privacy? The thing is, they also taped it when they interviewed him. And they don't take these tapes and make them public, so I haven't seen them. But she was able to talk about him, and her attorney was. And the mood with him is totally different. It's like, fist bump, bro. Don't worry. We're going to totally take care of this. It's going to be all right. You just keep on playing football. And they didn't press any charges.
Wait, that was what the football players said, or that's what the attorney for the girl said?
The cop said.
That's what the cop said as
they
interviewed him. Yeah, so, you know, she's trying to press charges on this thing. And I'm not an expert on it, but apparently only the state can like bring forward rape charges. So she has like the state like dropped it. Like the campus police and people who were investigating it, they just didn't want to go anywhere with it. And by the way, like she got the rape kit, she did the whole thing. It appears that she was raped. She got too drunk, but that doesn't mean you can't be raped. That's just what facilitated it. And the most damning thing to me was as I heard about the police like bro fisting the rapist, like we're gonna take care of this. You just keep playing football. So when she went forward to the press, it looks like they're taking another look at the whole thing. But I don't know. Like I want to send my daughter to UNC, and there's some bad shit going on there in terms of the sports teams. Like all these fake classes, rape charges getting dismissed. Like these guys are above the law. It's a little scary. But
yeah, I mean, I'm sure more will come out now that it's been sent to the press. We'll see what is up. Do they know as of now if it was they just dropped it because there was no evidence, or they dropped it because they were like, no, like we're just not continuing. Like I don't understand.
They kind of didn't explain themselves. They said that they just weren't going any further with the case. But now that she's gone to the press, they're looking at it again. He got kicked off the football team. That's a thing that happened. It didn't previously happen. It wasn't until... So her and her lawyers did apparently it's a rare legal move where when the state like won't pursue it, they can pursue misdemeanor rape charges, like whatever that is, or misdemeanor sexual assault. Not felony, like she was expecting, but she's like, you know what, I got to do something. You know, they did. If I don't do this, then there'll be some other girl behind me with the same problem. And when they did that, and when they came to the press, the law enforcement is kind of like, well, maybe we will look at felony level charges. You know, let's give us a chance to look at this again and see if we made the right call. I think that's where it stands. But
yeah, it's really upsetting to like see, like maybe I'm jumping the gun, but from what you said, it does seem like he raped her and that she was raped and she's going through every avenue that she's supposed to. To see like real victims like that called into question because people like Amy Schumer, for example, will just throw it out there like, oh, by the way, I was also raped when I had sex once. Oh, are you gonna press charges? Are you gonna make sure this person comes to justice? Are you gonna set a good example for the women you're supposedly speaking to right now via Twitter? No, it's enough to just say it. It's enough to just say it. Just throw it out there. Like first, like it lessens the value of actual victims who come forward, and if anything, makes them less likely to, because they're going to be like, oh, okay, well, I'm going to come forward, and everybody's going to say I'm faking it because so many people come forward who then decide, oh, well, I'm not going to press charges, I'm not going to do this or that. It's really a fucked up situation.
She did everything right, and it seems like entirely because her rapist played for the UNC football team. The police and the authorities were just like, nah, we'll let this go. I mean,
it's got to have something to do with it that he was on the football team, and it's UNC, so I don't know how good their football team is this year, but I know they're a large enough school that football matters. Exactly.
Yeah. There'll be some team that they bounce in and out of the top 25. Like they're a top team-ish.
Yeah.
Well, on a happy note in college football, Georgia beat Missouri.
Yes, I was watching that game at a bar near downtown with some friends, and everybody was like, oh man, because I was sitting next to a buddy of mine and his wife who went to Ole Miss, and earlier that day Ole Miss had taken a huge lead on Alabama, and then Alabama just stormed back and ended up embarrassing them, like of course, because it's Alabama. And I was watching the Mizzou-Georgia game. I don't know if you were, Kyle, but we were up 27-21 for most of the second half, or I guess is college football, so quarters, like third and most of the fourth quarter. And then the last drive, I was just like, yep, this is it. This is Mizzou football. They're about to score, and we're going to lose. And exactly that happened. And it was like someone could have popped a balloon in that bar. It was so fucking quiet of everybody. Like, I don't know why they're surprised anymore. If you're a Mizzou fan or a Blues fan, or I guess Mizzou's not fair. Mizzou won the SEC East twice in the last 5 years. But Blues really is, I'm starting to get back into that mindset of Blues because hockey season's coming up. I got to start tempering expectations.
Especially this year, you guys are going to be toast.
I expect them to be much worse. They're not much worse, but I expect them to be definitely worse than they were last year. But
I want to see some predictions. I think you should predict their record for the season before it begins.
I'll think about it, and I will come back with an actual prediction.
Like take a look at their entire schedule and just map it all out. Like, oh yeah, well by this time, Big T, his ankles might be hurting him a little bit. He won't perform so well here.
They will be a 500 team next year.
They will. Well, that's even though the Blues are in far and away the hardest division in hockey, the Central Division. We've got Dallas, Chicago, Nashville, St. Louis, Minnesota. Our worst team would have been competitive in the Pacific Division last year because they were so bad. The division with all the California teams and then a couple of bottom feeders. But, oh man, I think knowing the Blues, it'll be like 2 weeks into the season and they'll be like, oh, there was actually a raccoon outbreak in the middle of the locker room and all of our team has rabies. So we're Chicago Wolves, our AHL team, give them hell, Wolves, like that. We had so many injuries last year. It was pathetic. But yeah, the Blues will not be a 500 team unless they have a serious implosion, which could happen because, like I've said before, Ken Hitchcock is our head coach, has been for the past few years. He's leaving after this season because he said, I want to give it one more shot. I want to be the one who brings the first Stanley Cup to St. Louis. And it's like, ha-ha, no. Then Mikey Schultz, the former head coach of the Minnesota Wild, got fired, and they were like, okay, yeah, we're going to hire you, but you have to be the assistant coach to Ken Hitchcock this year. But next year, you get to be the head coach for a few years, or however long his contract is. I don't know. And so basically, it's going to be a locker room dynamic of if those two guys don't get along, those two coaches, if they have any sort of split or schism, all the players have to go, fuck, he's the head coach, but I can't piss this guy off because he's my future. And so that is what I could see going miserably wrong and causing the Blues to miss the playoffs. But if there isn't a huge coaching collapse,
what kind of authority does the head coach have when he's on his way out? Right? When he wants to enforce things, get the players in line, do things his way. They all know he's gone next year.
But he has all the authority for this season. So if
he
30 games into
this season, if they lose, they'll fire Ken and put the other guy in charge. Say, all right, let's do it now.
They could, I guess. Like, the only thing I could think is that, like, maybe 30 games in or whatever, Tarasenko, Big T,
Big T.
maybe he and Ken Hitchcock don't get along that well, and it's generally not good for the best player on your team to not get along that well with the coach, because then the coach does little spiteful things like not put him out there on the power play when he should be, giving him shitty minutes, having him do like really quick shifts to the point of it being ludicrous, almost playing shorthanded like he did against Dallas or San Jose in the third round last year. Yeah, I have faith we'll make the playoffs, but I mean, I'd say this year is going to be another first round exit. Probably. Yeah. 2 years from now, 3 years from now, we'll be better than we were last year. But
your farm system is weak.
Farm system is not weak.
I read it was.
On which website?
The internet.
On the internet. It's not that weak.
I really did read that
it
was weak. And I noticed, the article caught my attention because both Philly and Carolina apparently have a strong farm system.
Philly has... So the problem with farm systems is that the way that they're... I'm not... Actually, that is so fucking boring. I just caught myself. I'm not gonna even describe the intricacies of NHL.
Thank you.
As the last person exits out of this video. But
all right. Well, there's
Philly has a lot of good defensemen coming up. They've got Shane Gostisbehere, who is very good this year. But Blues have Parayko and Fabry, two rookies who played exceptionally well in the playoffs and regular season this past year. And I don't know. We're a young team, and I think we're going to end up growing into something better.
All right.
Hopefully.
I guess we'll change the topic. I don't mean to be a dick because I know this actually matters to Taylor, but I am gleefully excited about how much that team will tank this year because I look forward to Taylor's angry rants. They'll be hilarious. It's going to be so funny when he goes full on Bull Burr is like, I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know. They showed one season of promise, exited in the third round, and now it's gone forever. We have no good team. Big T is injured for the ACL or whatever the fuck is going to happen to him. Our other players are gone. Our farm system sucks. We can hardly manage. We're in 7 games. We have 1 win and a bunch of losses and ties. It's
The problem with the Blues, though, is 2005 to 2010 is when I fell out of interest with the Blues a lot because they were horrible.
Yeah, it's coming back.
Embarrassingly bad. And the Blues in 50 years have missed the playoffs 7 or 8 times. So they've never been a team where it's like, man, 5th year in a row missing the playoffs. We really suck dick. It was always like, all right, 18 years in a row, we're making it to the Stanley Cup this time. Oh, we lost in the first round. Fuck. Well, next year, all right, made the playoffs again. All right, we're year 25. 25th time is the charm. They made it 25 years. No, 27 years, I think, in a row.
You're like an Atlanta Braves fan. I feel like the Atlanta Braves always make the playoffs. And they're
not in a while, not lately.
Not lately, but there was a period where they always made the playoffs, and it felt like their fans always complained, like, we didn't win the pennant.
Of course. Of course.
Not of course to me. No.
10 years in a row, and you win one series. That's bullshit. You're in it every single year, and you can't close the deal. And keep in mind, the National League East was always fucking weak. So you really only had to win like one series to get to the World Series. You just got to win the NL. You just got to figure out. You got to beat the Cleveland Indians, or you got to beat the Astros, and they couldn't fucking do it.
And then I'm over here like a Phillies fan. Not that I'm really into it, but I'm a Phillies fan, and it's like, how do those Braves people complain? Like, the Phillies are one of the teams that they had to beat to do it, and like maybe 1 year, like throughout the 90s, the Phillies were better than the Braves. Like, it was really rare.
Not in the 90s.
No.
Lately, they've had strong teams though, obviously.
But they did. There was Lenny Dykstra was on the team. I think they lost the World Series 1 year.
Sure,
People here are like distraught about the Cardinals, and
that's what I meant earlier was the Cardinals.
We're still above 500, and people are acting like we're the worst team in baseball because we've been so spoiled with an excellent team for so long that now seeing it slip away, especially to the fucking Cubs, which is okay because the Cubs aren't going to win the World Series. They're gonna get knocked out. I have to believe that. They can't have the Cubs win and have Chicago's success in the past 6 years. It's not fair. It's not fair. So hopefully no to that. At least the Bulls aren't good. I don't care about basketball, though. And the Bears, never good. We lost the Rams, though. The Rams ratings in L.A. were only slightly better than the Kansas City Chiefs ratings were in St. Louis. So I'm very happy to see that L.A. doesn't give a fuck about their team, and they're going to be bad and continue to be bad.
Well, that's sports.
Yeah. I don't have a new topic. Do you guys have anything?
I needed to give everyone a quick word about Blue Apron.
Please.
I can do that real quick.
Blue Apron.
Blue Apron's mission is to make incredible home cooking accessible to everyone. Blue Apron knows that when you cook with incredible ingredients, you make incredible meals, so they set the highest quality standards for their community of artisanal suppliers, family-run farms, fisheries, and ranchers. Whether it's Japanese ramen noodles, wild-caught Alaskan salmon, or heirloom tomatoes, Blue Apron is bringing you the best for less than $10 per meal. Blue Apron delivers seasonal recipes along with pre-portioned ingredients to make delicious home-cooked meals. It's easy. Each meal comes with a step-by-step, easy-to-follow recipe card and pre-portioned ingredients and can be prepared in 40 minutes or less. And it's flexible. You can customize your recipes each week based on your preferences, choose delivery options that fit your needs. There's no weekly commitment, so you only get deliveries when you want them. Some of the meals available in September are the spicy hoisin chicken stir-fry with baby bok choy and sesame ginger cucumber salad, the paprika spiced shrimp and cheddar grits with tomato and sweet corn, and the summer udon noodle salad with cherry tomatoes, corn, and summer sweet pepper. Check out this week's menu and get your first 3 meals for free with free shipping by going to blueapron.com/painkiller. You will love how good it feels and tastes to create incredible home-cooked meals with Blue Apron. So don't wait. That's blueapron.com/painkiller. Blue Apron, a better way to cook.
Did you hear that stuff he was saying on the menu? Don't you wish that was on your menu?
Oh, and it could be yours.
Just go to blueapron.com/painkiller.
Tasty stuff.
Give them money. That's the other part of it. But yeah.
Yeah, the first 3 meals are free though.
3 free meals?
Yeah. Let me read that again. Just make sure. I don't want to say the wrong thing here, but yeah, this week's menu, get your first 3 meals for free with free shipping by going to blueapron.com.
That's pretty badass.
Painkiller.
3, I thought that must have been a mistake or a typo. Maybe 1 or 2 if you're feeling ballsy, but
Not
3?
1, not 2, but 3 free meals at blueapron.com/painkiller.
Shoenice just signed up. He's like, a free meal. Oh!
Hot damn!
All right.
Yeah, he just likes the ice pack and the cardboard. They send it in. Did you guys watch the newest South Park?
Yeah, I did.
Episode 2?
I did watch it. I liked it a lot. I'm liking the season. They do such good stuff.
I think
there
it's better
2
than
now?
last season so far.
I like PC Principal a lot. I liked last season a lot too. I don't know. I'm digging it though. I like the member berries. I really like them. And I liked the whole thing with the trolling. Who did he troll? He went to some like a Dutch breast cancer website and was trolling them.
No, it's like a Dutch professional rower or something.
Yeah,
like
but about her breast cancer, like that. And
yeah.
she's like his nemesis now. She's like, I'm not gonna let that. He's like, oh really?
Yeah.
Game on.
And that's what's so funny is like they threw right in the face that old thing that people do where they're like, those trolls, they're just pathetic and sad in their mother's basements. They're lonely virgins, probably ugly and fat. They hate themselves so much they just have to say mean things to you. And then it shows Gerald Broflovsky play like the sun is shining. He's walking out of his house that he owns, just walking around. People are inconveniencing him, like walking into him, and he's never the matter. You're fine, ma'am. Go right ahead. Someone's like using coupons at the store. Oh, no worries. Take your time. Like being super, super friendly, because that's like it really solidified kind of what trolling actually is. A lot of it is just people who get a weird kind of high out of fucking with people and getting people to argue, like where they can look and see, like Shoenice was saying. He was like, I would sit on the playground and tell something to Joey and then go say something else to Steve and then watch as Steve and Joey duked it out while I sat on the swings just watching it all happen. Like that's like, it upsets people to think that people do that just because they're shitty and awful, but they also might have good, successful, happy lives. So they have to manufacture the nonsense of, they're just lonely virgin basement dwellers, which some of them are. But I thought that was hilarious, how they showed him coming off of a troll fest where he puts dicks in all these sick women's mouths and then just comes out beaming. Just
Loved
so
it. It made his whole day. He's at the store buying the things that he like drinks and eats while he trolls people. He's like, "Oh, a little more wine, ha ha ha, yeah." It's good. I'm digging. I'm digging this episode so far, or this season so far. I like how I like them fucking with Cartman. I like all that stuff.
And the Trump making fun of, I think, is hysterical.
Of course.
Where they
Fuck them all to death.
First episode, and they're like, "You did say that you were going to, quote, fuck them to death." The immigrants, at this point, you've promised to fuck 7.5 million people to death in your first term. How's that achievable? And he's like, well, I don't think I used exactly that word. And then they like showed a whole clip of him just going, and I'm gonna fuck them, and I'm those drug pushers. You better bet I'm gonna fuck them. And it's loudly like him banging on a podium, and you can hear the like off the mic, like packaging. And he's, oh my god, just
fuck them all to death.
I wouldn't say that. And then he says it 10,000 times.
And then he's got like this meeting with his staff. They're like, he's like, how am I gonna fuck all these people to death? And they're like, well, maybe we could use nuclear weapons and then fuck the bodies. And he's like, no, that won't work. It's great. And the cool thing about that show, I would think now in the 20th season that they weren't up against the clock every week just making the show at the last minute, but they are, because one of them like half the time isn't in the studio. He like telecommutes, and so he comes in to like get this project wrapped up this week, and it's like go for like 5 days. So the first episode of this season, of the 20th season, I think it was like it comes out on Wednesday, so like we see it Wednesday night, and on Monday they were like 60% done with the show. It's like we got to figure this out in like a day and a half here. There's 2 million. I think it's 2 million viewers or something. Maybe more. I know it's like the bedrock of Comedy Central at this point, though, with no more Chappelle Show, no more Key and Peele, I don't think anymore.
It's absolutely their flagship, no doubt. Like nobody tunes into Comedy Central for the most part unless it's South Park. I was saying that
Amy
to Melissa
Schumer
just
comes
last
on
night when we were talking. Like, man, did we ever watch any things on South Park or on Comedy Central if it's not
Crank
South
Anchors.
Park? And then some stupid like commercial for a new cartoon came on, and it was like, see, that example of that stupid shit cartoon that's going to last 5 episodes and then get pulled because nobody's watching it. That is why South Park can do whatever they want.
Comedy
Because South
Central to
Park-
me used to be
Yeah.
The Daily Show and The Colbert Report.
They're gone.
That was their.
Yeah.
That was the stuff that I liked.
They're
I remember
gone. Now
Crank
it's all
Yankers.
South
I
Park.
liked it a lot.
I didn't like Crank Yankers that much. I didn't believe it.
Adam Carolla was always good on there.
I'm
Yeah.
sure it wasn't true.
Yeah, I'm sure, but I think Adam Carolla is really fucking
was.
funny. I like him.
I thought they were real prank phone calls.
I don't know. I'm just always hesitant of prank phone call
Right?
recordings and shit like that because like they used to do them. Like I'm sure Stern, O&A, all those guys had fake prank phone
I don't
calls
think so.
because it's illegal to call someone, make them look like an asshole on the radio in front of a bunch of people, and then go, oh, and by the way, you've been broadcast without your permission
Well, they don't do
to
it like
millions
that.
of people. Oh, contact your attorney.
Well,
Like,
they don't do it like that. They pre-record them and they get permission to use them.
yeah, but that's kind of also what keeps it from getting super, super crazy. Because if it gets absolutely wildly out there, they're gonna say no. You can't play this where they find out that I'm cheating on my wife with a gay man in a
Sure,
beach house.
But they'll have like Sal Governale and Richard Christie calling people with all kinds of ridiculous. Like they'll call animal control, and it'll be like Richard Christie pretend like he's an old lady, and her husband is like dealing with this animal in their garage, and you can hear it roaring. And it's a scary roar. Like you don't even know. You're just like, and you hear like thrashing, and she's like, "Oh no, Harold, be careful! What is it? What is it?" And the guy's like, "Don't approach it, ma'am. If you what, it could be a bear. Or any, oh Lord, it's got Harold!" And you can hear the roar, and Harold's screaming, "It's got me! It's got me! I think it's a werewolf!" And she's like, "It's a werewolf! The wolf's got..." And he's like, "Oh, what the fuck? What are you? Get out of the garage, ma'am! Get out of the garage!" And you just hear him screaming in pain and the roars and stuff. So every now and then they'll have one that's funny like that. I like their prank phone calls a lot. They'll call I think it might have been a KFC. They called like a KFC in some Arabic country and started asking them like just whoever answered the phone just started asking him questions. He's like, I want to come down there, but I'm worried you guys don't like Americans. Anybody going to do anything to me? He's like, oh no. We don't like what your government does, but we're not going to hurt any Americans. We wouldn't do that. And it sounded pretty reasonable. After you started hearing this KFC employee lay it out like that, there had been some like places get burned down in that country recently. I think they burned down some KFCs in that country recently as a protest against America, and so that's the genesis of the call. And at the end of the call, he's like, "Well, what about Jews? Do you have any Jews in there?" And he's like, "Absolutely not. No Jews." Like, oh, okay, but I'm okay. He's like, "Are you Jew?" No. Oh, yeah. Then you are good. You are good. You come right in. You get yourself some chicken. It was fun to see it take that turn, though. Whenever you're like, well, I guess he lives in another country. He doesn't know us, of course. I like that he's not prejudiced against the everyday American, though. He hates American policy. That makes a little sense for him. I get it. But no Jews. No Jews. Not one. He was so anti-Semitic.
Yeah, well, that's not very uncommon in that area.
That part of the world? You think they got
that part of the world, the Jews are very much disliked.
not too many popularity contests?
No.
Why are Jews so disliked in a lot of
Oh,
places?
We've been through why the Jews are disliked. It goes back to the usury and the money lending in the old days. They were the only ones who would do money lending. Usury was either looked down upon or punished. So they would charge, interest on a loan, and they were the only ones that would do that, and that became a bad thing against them. But then there's also something to the idea that they stick together in a very close-knit area, only do business with one another, so you get this income flow where money just flows into the Jewish community and it doesn't flow out because Jewish people are spending their money at only other Jewish businesses. So it's just sure,
that still
they're going to be.
exists to a large point.
Of course it is. I'm not talking about like something that happened in the 40s. I'm talking about Jewish people.
Yeah, I had a coworker who went to the doctor, and the doctor was Jewish, and he was Jewish, and I wish I could remember the word. Like I'm gonna screw it up, but he's billing him, and he's like Goya or whatever the word was.
Goyim?
Could be. I don't know. And he's like, he just sort of gives him the nod, and the price drops by like 2/3, and it's like, motherfucker, like You have different pricing for Jewish people?
I'm sure.
Mazel tov.
Right? I could
Well,
pass.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I could get away with
Oh,
that.
well, I'll keep that in mind next time I go to the doctor. I'll slip in a few,
Yeah.
like,
Woody, we think your sinuses are clogged. Oy vey!
yeah. Well, maybe not that.
Maybe not that ham-handed. Oy vey, how will I afford bagels?
You better just pay full price, or you're gonna get cancer from that doctor. He's gonna inject something for being anti-Semitic.
Yeah, right. Just
I saw this collection of things. I think maybe it originated on 4chan the other day, and it's like really disturbing facts and things that you don't want to know, but it's like in small print on pictures of beautiful women, like in their underwear. So like if you look in the crack of this girl's ass, it's like the water table at Auschwitz is at 18 inches, which makes claims of large burning pits used to dispose of the bodies impossible. And you're like, well, I'm not a Holocaust denier. I was just looking at a butt. What the fuck? What the fuck? And then the next one is like, an African American man is they show the statistics of like black crime against other races, white crime against other races, and it's just incredibly disproportionate the amount of like white people that get hurt by black people. Even when you account for the numbers of them, it's like they're really into attacking white people. That's what black people like to do, it seems. Much more likely.
Assuming 4chan women ass stats are accurate.
Well, yeah. Well, that's all I'm referring to is ass statistics from 4chan. But
I try
like that.
What's their agenda?
They're step below PKA stats.
At least one. But yeah, I liked that a lot. That was fun. I scrolled through like 3 of them before I got uncomfortable and turned it off.
Really?
Like, I don't want to know this stuff.
I want to
Can't
see
even
it.
tell
Did you find one of those?
The one about Auschwitz for me was.
Or is it not interesting enough for us to look at?
I don't think it's interesting enough because a lot of it is like not safe for work because it'll be like a naked woman's ass and not just panties. But
Dude,
I just thought it was a little.
So Hillary
joke that
Clinton
they
did
did.
her basket of deplorables thing, right? And so then they went to measure it. Like, hey, let's see if it's true. Are half of Trump's supporters deplorable or not? And then they asked some questions. I don't remember all 4, but I remember at least one of them I qualified as deplorable, I think. I think the question was, like, are black people more likely to be criminal or something like that? And I was like, man, I feel like I'm on the deplorable side of this answer, even though that's not how I think of myself.
Are they?
I feel like the numbers are...
Yeah, I think I've seen a lot of research and statistics that would suggest that a black person is much more likely to commit a crime than a white person.
Like if the question
or at the
was...
very least, much more likely to be convicted of a crime than a white person.
Okay,
the
Taylor,
fact that they're trying to
I'm
rationalize.
going to ask Taylor a question
Okay.
and see if he's deplorable or not. Are black people less likely to get PhDs than Asian people?
Probably. If you go
fucking
by
obviously. You think Asian people get the most PhDs, and I don't know if black people
Do they?
get the least. There's always some Native American Indian.
Gotta be the
popular
Asian-
portion,
all those-
yeah,
all those
Asian people
parents
probably get the
pushing
most.
Yeah.
And Indians lump in with Asians. Don't forget that.
Well, they are a clear first place if they have Indian people as well.
All those
They are
doctors,
Asian,
all
so
those
they get
people
to
in the
get lumped
medical
in.
field, all those engineers.
So it's like,
Telemarketers.
man, like some of these things, I feel like when you're trying to define their deplorableness, there's some
Well, it's
stats
because
here.
it's because they didn't actually want to be like, all right, we're gonna have an even-keeled, just reasonable survey and see what they say. No, it was a leading survey. I'm sure I haven't looked through it, but you don't just write an article called, how our presidential candidate called tens of millions of people deplorable. Instead of condemning that comment, let's look deeper and try and justify it. Like, that's clearly agenda-driven and ridiculous. The fact that so little was made out of the deplorable comment in the mainstream media was kind of ridiculous. Like, imagine if Trump insinuated that half of Hillary's supporters were not just wrong and believed the incorrect thing, but deplorable as people. Their character is messed up. They're bad people. Like, that would never leave the news cycle. That was so shitty of her to say. That half of her opponent's supporters are deplorable. Like that, it's beyond the pale shittiness. And it's ridiculous. I know she ended up coming out and redacting it because she even must have realized, like, ugh, shouldn't be calling half of those people deplorable.
It wasn't working for her, right? Like, I think she went and said, you know what? I feel bad. I wish I hadn't said that because it was costing her support. You know, they were loving with it. And I kind of liked the deplorable side of it. You know, all of a sudden, they're like, oh, are we deplorables? They put a shirt on. They get the deplorable hat. They're happy. It's like calling a gun owner an infidel. You really haven't hurt their feelings at all. They're like, infidel? Shit. I need a patch that says that. That's kind of funny. You know, I need the infidel tattoo in Arabic language. And, you know, you call a gun owner an infidel and you haven't hurt his feelings one bit, typically. And
you know what I hate just as much as the deplorable thing and, like, her saying it, is all of the a lot of the alt-right people, like, co-opting it, trying to, like, take it back, where it's like, oh, I'm deplorable Steve, look at my Twitter handle. And it's like, you're not, anybody who's on the fence when they see that isn't going to be like, wow, he really took back the word deplorable. They're going to be like, no, this guy, like, they either won't get it or they will just think that he's an idiot. Like, I don't like, why try and pull that, why label yourself as deplorable? Why?
I don't know.
Like,
I thought it was the
doesn't make
perfect
sense.
response. In my opinion, like when you take back deplorable and suddenly make it like a dig, and like I will, like when they call him a liberal, you know, I will take that pin and I will wear it with pride because, you know, that's how I feel. This set of beliefs, you know, is good for me. Suddenly, like deplorable takes a new meaning when you take it back. I thought it was a clever response.
I don't
Debate
think
in 3 days, right?
Yeah,
Monday.
I think
That's
3
the
or
big
4.
day. That's what it's all about, boys and girls. That's when I think we may very well find out who will be our next president. If Trump crushes her, then that's it. I think it could start a downward spiral. It could put him over the edge to get those pink states red or whatever he needs to do to make this thing happen. But I really am looking forward to it. I hope he doesn't embarrass himself. I hope he doesn't look stupid, and I hope it's funny because I'm gonna watch every minute of it.
Well, I hope it's not fun.
I hope it's funny in a good way. I hope he makes a joke at her expense and then says a statistic. Hillary Clinton can't swallow her own lies. 1 in 5 American men today does not have a job. Like that should be his whole mantra. That should be boom bang. Like it's like it should be a 1-2 punch every time.
Yeah.
Like Hillary Clinton's an old crazy lady. I'm gonna bring employment back to the black community. Just boom boom. That should be his style from now on. That's all he should do. But he can't get caught in the weeds. Just running off at the mouth and kind of going everywhere. And 1 minute he's talking about the Mexicans and how they're gonna pay for stuff, and the next he's talking about Bill Clinton. He's got to stay focused.
I kind of want to live stream us watching the debates together.
What time's it gonna be?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Probably
We'll
like
see.
8 p.m. Eastern, like a prime time.
I'm probably up for that.
Yeah,
I've been
I'm down to
watching
watch it.
Filthy's. I've been watching Filthy's live streams. I've been watching him play a lot of Civ lately, trying to learn from him. It's so I was telling Chiz this. It's so frustrating to watch Filthy play because every time I watch, I learn something else. So it's like I don't feel like I'm ever catching up to him in like game knowledge of that game. He's so fucking good. I did beat it on Deity for the first time by myself this week, so that was fun. That was real good.
Big evening. Congratulations. That is
Yeah.
very hard.
Yeah,
I think.
what I like about that difficulty mode is like right below it says only the best players in the world will beat this difficulty mode. And I'm like, yeah, absolutely, fucking no problem. We beat it in like turn 180 or something.
Is there a higher
6
level? Is there a god? Deity is the top.
Yep. About the debate thing, I think if Trump goes out there and does his shtick that he did at like the Republican debates, where it's just like, oh, lazy Hillary or crooked Hillary or this, that, and the other, like it's not going to go over well. He's going to look like an insecure douche who's desperately trying to cling on, and it'll just kind of reinforce what the media is trying to push, that Hillary's going to win this by a landslide, like easy peasy. But, and also like, even if he gets a good dig,
I wonder what he's about to say.
I don't know. He may not be able to get it out.
Even if he gets a good dig, let's finish it. They're not going to give him credit for his clever dig, or it's going to be written off as just a Trumpism if he gets a good dig, and it won't stick in the way that, like, when Reagan got a good dig, it changed the course of the debates.
Yeah, I don't know. There's so much media attention on Trump. It's going to get played. Like they're going to play it over and over. People will see it, and they'll make their own minds up. And Fox News will give them credit where credit's due, whether they like it or not. Yeah, we never talked about Roger Ailes losing his job at Fox News over the sexual harassment stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I guess he was like, make sure that you can see her legs in that shot. I think they're making a big mistake here. I think Roger Ailes' sexual harassment, if we're going to call it that, has driven Fox News to be the number one in cable. Number one in cable news. Because there's hot chicks on there all the time. It's like pornography. I feel bad that Roger Ailes lost his job, unless he did something real bad. All I heard that he did was, like, basically encouraging them to show a little skin on the air. But maybe I don't have the whole story there. I wonder if we lost Taylor for... Oh, he's still on Skype.
He'll be back. Yeah. Shit, I don't know. I'm torn. It's like the Super Bowl's going to happen on Monday, but we've talked too much politics over time.
Yeah.
That's where we are. Too much football. All they do is talk about football. But the Super Bowl's on Monday.
All there's left to do is play the game. Yeah. It's coming.
It's exciting.
I had so Josh was supposed to finally come over yesterday to help me move stuff. We're going to rearrange my basement and clean out my garage and lots of stuff needed moving. An entire gym's worth of equipment, like 6 different machines and an air hockey table and lots of boxes. So he picked the time. He said 11 a.m. So I get up early, get shot. Not early, but I get up before 11. I get showered and I'm ready at 11. And he doesn't show up. 20 minutes go by and I text him, "Where are you?" He sends me some disconjointed mess about having to deal with his girlfriend, and he's like, "I'll be there soon." So 40 minutes go by, and he shows up with his little brother, and I worked them like slaves, like dogs. He was huffing and puffing and dripping. His whole shirt was soaked in sweat, like his whole shirt was just wet and stuck to him. And he got close to having the job done, but I think that he was so tired and like lazy that he started doing a bad job at everything, so he started making it worse and worse for himself. So like the last thing that he needed to do was like, "Hey, take that box that has like all the components inside of it to like a laundry rack and put it in that storage building over there in that storage room." So instead of just doing that right away, he tried to combine that with taking trash away, and so he throws this garbage on top of it, and garbage slime gets all over the box and all the components. And so I think they were trying to hide this garbage slime box and tuck it away, and he was going too fast, and he drops it, and everything falls out of it. The box explodes, and it's nothing that can get hurt. It's metal rods and like plastic things, and they all fit together to make this rack. But I look at it, I'm like, well, it's all covered in garbage slime. Get the hose. Well, wait a minute. First, finish sweeping so you don't make mud. Then get the hose, then wash every piece of that, then put it in that box, then sit it in the sun. Like you just created yourself 20 more minutes worth of work. And they did that twice before they left. But by the time they were done, I don't know, maybe 4 hours of work with all 3 of us going the whole time. We got a lot of shit cleaned and done. There were so many. He's so lazy, though. His brother outworks him big time. His brother's like 15. This little redheaded kid, and he's like always hustling, sweeping and mopping and lifting, and Josh is like, it's like you need oxygen, but you went with nicotine instead. It's an interesting choice you went with there.
You guys once talked
about
that was over. Selling that house. That was on the radar. Is that still the case?
I'm going to keep the house. I'm just going to pay her off for her part of the house. I'm going to keep the house. I like it because I think that for what we've got in the house, I think it's worth quite a bit more than that now. So I'm not interested in selling. And I got so much fucking shit, just like what we did yesterday, like this organization exercise. I was like, you know what? We got to get a storage building. Like you've got 18 crates of clothes in here, and like you've got enough paintball equipment for an entire team.
Do you have a storage problem or a hoarding problem?
I have a storage problem. Kitty might have a small hoarding problem. Now, the things that I hoard are kind of around me now. There's these plastic totes stacked up on a rack over there, and they're full of gun stuff. And every piece of it is expensive. but it's not like I have so many of them that there can be a drawer for each, AR-15 bolt. I got a whole bunch of like AR-15 bolts that I've been given over time, or I've purchased, or I've got extras, and they're $80 a piece, $200 a piece, and like lots of components like that. And so it's like, all right, well, let's
be better to
this
sell
bucket.
them?
No, I can't sell them. I wouldn't do that. You're never even going to get the profit back. What I could do is I could assemble all the pieces I've got and sell some of that maybe. But like I've just got so many components. Like I'm looking now, I've got every accessory that Silencer Co. makes for all of their silencers, all like a whole pile of wrenches and like extender tubes. Like for my shotgun silencer, it's not just it'll be 12 inches, 8 inches, or 6 inches. So there's a whole set of rods for each configuration and a set of tools to make it happen. I've just got stuff that I need to keep, but I can't really store efficiently. So they're just in totes. But she's got clothes that are just from like 5 years ago in bags, and she's got so much. She's got a box of totes that's nothing but paintball masks. There must be 18 paintball masks in there, and they're all like retro and like collector's paintball masks, I guess. But like we need either hang them on a wall or sell them on eBay. She's got a big bag of paintball barrels, and I'm like, you don't play much paintball anymore. You could probably get by with just the one barrel. There's a lot of stuff.
Like there's the George Carlin routine where he says like, "This is my stuff. This is your shit, right? Your stuff is shit." And me, what? I have 32 AR-15 bolts. You can't sell those. Those are keepers. All 32 of them. But her masks, garbage.
Well, mine takes up this much space. AR-15 bolts that big. It's just that.
Thing in particular is that big, but you've got like stocks and things that take more space, and
I do, but I get when something's free, it's like, wow, this has 100% of its value is mine. So it's like I should just keep this in the package, and it'll be worth more next year. I don't really want to sell it. But it's not like I'm collecting old juice boxes. It is a bit of a hoarding mentality, but it could also be viewed as just smart. There's no reason to sell these Glock magazines that I bought in bulk last time there was a gun scare. I should hang on to them and sell them when Hillary wins the election. Sell all my magazines. I got a box of 32 round Glock magazines. Just a big pile of them this big. They're worth, I think I paid like $20 a piece, but during gun scare times, they're worth 50 to 100 each. So maybe I'll do that, sell some high capacity stuff when that comes around. But that's only going to clear like 2 totes worth of space. I'm talking about she's got like 18 totes worth of like, I don't even know what this shit is. It's like you go through and it's like 18, 20 hoodies in a box. And it's just like, what are all these hoodies for?
I've got interesting topic I might ask the subs for help with. In this box is a pair of Xeon 2687 or V or W 2687, something like that. They were originally $2,000 CPUs. They run at 3.2 gigahertz and scale up to, I think, 3.8 during turbo. And I think they're 8 cores each. They might be 10. You'd have to look it up. 2687. And it's not the most recent one. I think it's the version 1, but I'm not even sure about that. It might be 2. But I'm thinking of making a PC out of it. The one I have has proven to be unreliable. It crashes too often while I'm editing, and I lose some work, and that's so frustrating for me. And then this is a weird thing. The taskbar disappears half the time it wakes up from sleep. And I have to like do Control Escape to make it show and then put it somewhere else. If I had it at the bottom, now it goes at the top. Now it goes on the left. It's on the left right now. I don't want it on the left. That's never my choice. But that's where it is, because the other one's it broke on the top, it broke on the bottom. Now I'm on choice 3, left. Fuck it. Right? So I'm like, you know what? I want a new PC. I think this might make for a good rendering machine. Now, I've read that Premiere Pro doesn't work too well past after 6 or 8 cores, but I do other shit while I render, and I don't know. I'm just thinking about it. So what would you guys do if you had a pair, this is the listener, of 2687 Xeon CPUs? Would you put together a dual CPU workstation? I'm thinking about it.
Ooh.
Yeah. They're like $4,000. Probably not now, because the other few years
Well,
old.
you got a big part of that $4,000 already.
I mean, that's what they would cost. That's what I'm saying. And
Oh, I
like,
thought you already had them right there in that box.
Yeah, I do. I guess that's what I'm saying. So yeah, and then the other stuff is a little more like ECC RAM is a bit more expensive, and a dual Xeon motherboard is a bit more expensive. But mostly, it wouldn't be too much. I don't think. I'm thinking
How will
about
the game?
I think they'll game fine. I think the games in general are not CPU limited, so you just put in a high-end GPU and you're okay. I think. And then, the other neat thing, AT&T was out front today, and I got a note about it from that homeowners association president guy. They're installing fiber optic in my neighborhood right now. He says it'll be like another month, but I guess in response to Google choosing this area as a place to lay fiber, AT&T has stepped up their fiber game, and they're out there with the big rolls today, laying out fiber in my front yard.
Nice.
So, yeah.
I was joking with Chiz. Well, half joking with Chiz. I was like, would it be insane if I got an apartment to stream video games from? Would that be insane?
It's a little crazy.
I feel like you haven't had a quote yet. Get a quote. That's the thing. I remember. I
know what it would be. I know exactly what it would be.
What's the plan? Give the rundown.
All right, go to Athens, or somewhere between here and Athens, Georgia, and get a one-bedroom, very shitty apartment in an area that has high-speed internet. So, the apartment's going to cost $600 a month, and the internet's going to be another, let's just call it $100 and make it a round number. So we're talking about $700 a month. But I don't know. I really like playing Civ. That's very conducive to streaming. And then the Modern Warfare Remastered is about to come out. I know I'm going to put time into it. I know I'm going to put a bunch of time into it. So just a thought I had.
I feel like
the commute to my gaming apartment, and then I guess I'll leave all my gaming gear here in Athens and go back to my house. I don't like any of that. All of those things are just because it's a drive. It's not like a casual thing. It's 45 minutes.
It'd be going to the office. I feel if I was in your situation, I'd be calling the ISPs, the one you have, maybe some of the other ones, or cable modems in your area somewhere. And when I went, I called Time Warner, and I'm like, I need service in my area, and they look up my address and stuff and say, sorry, we don't go there. And I'm like, look, I looked at your map. I entered neighbors' addresses and stuff, and I get that you don't serve my house, but you serve houses not too far from mine. What does it cost to bring it? And they're like, well, we just don't, it's not available there. I'm like, I know, but money solves this. And she's like, oh, well, I would have to put you in contact with construction.
Mm-hmm.
Why was that weird in the first place? I saw
a Reddit post today, and it was what was the most expensive or most extravagant use of money you've ever seen someone do? And I think the number one comment was this guy who was this guy wanted high-speed internet at his place, way off the grid. I don't remember if it was 6 figures or 7 figures, but it was a lot of money for him to get that internet connection.
Mine was a lot less. So it started at, I want to say it was high 12s, 12,600 or something like that. And I was prepared to pay that, mostly because look, I was buying a house. The house is expensive, and you just add $12,000 to the cost of the house and see if you still want it. And I was for that much, it's not a deal breaker, But not having internet at all was a deal breaker, right? The house is just unacceptable otherwise. So, but then what happened was they asked me to, I hated it, but they asked me to go door to door and sell it to my neighbors. But it was an easy sale. It was an easy sale because each of them had 2 up and, no, I'm sorry, 2 down and 0.2 up, AT&T phone shit. And to them, I'm not a dickhead salesman. I'm a hero that's finally bringing high-speed internet to the area. So most of them signed up, and my cost went from 12-something to 4-something, if I recall. And it might have even been 3-something. So that's what it was. Anyway, I asked myself, if you're thinking about an apartment, even casually, let's get a quote. Call construction. What does it take to get real internet here? I know it's a possibility. I just need a quote. And if that quote comes in at $30,000, you might be maybe.
I think I've got 2 internet providers near me, and one of them is in a lawsuit for not providing the coverage they promised, and the other one should be. You know what I mean? So
you'd be getting in with a shitty partnership, right? Like if it was Google,
I think I will call them, and because here's the thing, and I'm not 1,000% sure on this, but I've been told this, and I need to dig a little deeper. It's been a few years since I've really fucking all right, hey, come on, help me, no, really help me, and I've actually gotten to them. I threatened them a couple years ago, and they sorted things out, but it's kind of stagnated since then. No improvement. I think the school near me has high-speed internet, so if it could be ran from there,
right?
I don't know how much it costs to run that line, but if it's $10,000 a mile, let's call it.
Are there telephone poles across your front yard? Like, there's obviously a road with a yellow line in front of the house. Does that have telephone poles on it?
No, but it comes to my house from the back part of the property, coming from another area, and so does the internet. It's coming from the back part of the property as well. It's not coming from the road, so you'd have to get it down the road to the address and then up the driveway. It's not a matter of just getting down the driveway.
It is ridiculous that you, of all people, who makes their living on the internet, can't get a half fucking decent connection. And it's been, 7 years?
I only ask because if it goes by telephone pole, it's a little cheaper per foot than if it goes underground.
That would be nice. I saw Linus Tech Tip the other day. I think it was him who was talking about this thing that combines 2 internet lines into one.
Sure.
That seemed pretty interesting. He'd been using it for a month and said it was great. So that's definitely a consideration. I mean, what I've got now is okay. It's right on the cusp of being stream worthy. Mm-hmm. So if I could double it, it's all right, I'm here. Or if I could even add 60-70% to it. But I think that would be fun to stream like Civ, because there's so much going on in that game that I would most of the time I wish I had an extra pair of extra pair of eyes just to watch and if I could look at the chat and play along with them. I think that'd be fun.
Yeah, I want to do a 1v1 you versus me so I can figure it out and get a little better, because playing against AI does not get you better, because I've never set a difficulty to, the way it has difficulties is there's 7 options where it's pauper, serf, prince, king, whatever.
Settler, prince, king, emperor, immortal, deity.
Okay, and so I've never played. Usually, most games you go to very hard, which in this is immortal or something, or king. I don't remember, and it's okay, this is really tough. This is hard. This game, it almost feels lazy the way they do the AI. It's well, we're not going to make the AI any smarter, really, or better. We're just going to give them more resources, and so then they can have a lot of spearmen that will die before your riflemen in late ages, instead of having 2 spearmen that die to your riflemen. I don't like that at all. I wish that they added some kind of better tactics to the more difficult
techs too. As you're working your way up the tech tree, it's what? You were born with nukes? You just knew how to do that somehow?
They give them an advantage in every component of the game, to the part where it's really hard. Beating it the other day, I was on defense pretty much the whole game. I would see England start coming toward my borders they're going to declare war, and I'd be oh shit, they're coming, and I'd quickly evaluate my resources, and I'd start talking to the Queen of England and be hey, what could I pay you to instead declare war on this guy? And sometimes I'd have to give her 2 luxury resources and a bunch of gold, but she'd do it, and that would buy me time to tech away. And then I would see Rome coming and doing the same thing, and I would pay them off to go fight somebody. So everybody else is fighting their own wars, and I was just kind of paying for them to happen so they'd leave me alone. But that's it. I don't know how else to beat deity.
You can pay people to go fight. So the only option I've seen is, shall we declare war on whatever?
You want to go into trade
and they always
options?
say no. Nobody's ever down with it. I'm always hey, shall we declare war on Genghis Khan? And they're oh, give me 10 turns. I'll be ready in 10 turns, and I'll get back to you. I wasn't good at counting turns the first couple times I played the game, and so I'd be 30 turns later, and I'm Nebuchadnezzar, you son of a bitch. It's been 28 turns, and you did not get back to me. And so I go and ask him again, hey, Nebuchadnezzar, are you ready to declare war on the Incan priest of South America? Give me 10 turns. And I was this is bullshit. So I just started the war, and then he had to join.
Yeah, dealing with the AI through the trade thing is like a bunch of rules you got to remember. Like you can sell your embassy to it, you can sell your horses and iron to it for quite a bit. You can, once you have a friendship with them, you can sell for, instead of gold per turn, you can sell for lump sums of gold, which is cool because what you can do if you're about to declare war on England, you can be like, hey, what will you pay me in a lump sum for everything I have? And they'll be like, 2,000 gold. And you'll be like, ka-kink! You take their 2,000 gold, and then you declare war on them. So you take all your resources right back and keep their gold. You can ask people what they will pay you to declare war on somebody, because sometimes they hate that person, and they'll pay you to declare a war you were already going to start. So playing the AI is a big part of winning on the higher difficulties.
Yeah, it'll be a lot more helpful to play 1v1 with someone. It won't be fun, really, probably, because I'll just lose. But as long as you're not giving me like bad tips the whole time, like, oh yeah, you're gonna want to just put everything into marble work. You know, forget about those citrus plants and that spices. You are a marble folk. You know, the Huns, made of marble. They used to say, like, just giving me bad tips. But yeah, it'll be fun.
Yeah, we should definitely do that. I can't play tonight, but maybe this weekend for sure. I love that game so much.
Monday,
and then the new one's about to come out, and I'm not gonna know shit. Really sucks.
It's gonna be a fun weekend of content with maybe some Civ, the debates. That's Monday, but close enough.
Yep.
And then World Cup of Hockey is this weekend. I think Canada and Russia are playing.
Wait, I'm confused because I just saw North America beat Sweden in overtime or something. How is there a North American team when there's also a Canadian team?
So, Team North America are people from the U.S. and Canada 23 and under who didn't make their team. So there were so many good young players that they were like, well, how about we just make a Team North America for all the best Americans and the best Canadians, and we'll see how these 23-year-olds do against like actually Team Russia or Team Sweden. Or
they're doing okay.
Yeah, they're doing pretty. I mean, they lost to Russia today, I think. Or maybe they were playing Sweden. I don't know. I know that Finland, very poor showing. Expected a little more from the Finns. Sweden doing pretty solid, and Russia started off weak, and now they're doing better. Because Big T scored a goal today for them.
I think we should call him Sweet T. He's a finesse
Sweet
player.
T.
Yeah.
We'll do Sweet T. That's better.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah, so Sweet T had a good goal.
It has been decided.
Yeah, and Team USA is already out. Already got eliminated.
But North America's still in. The children are in.
North America's still in, because Team North America, with all those Canadians and Americans, 23 and under, is better than Team USA, where they apparently just had a monkey throwing feces and bananas at a chart with all the pictures of American hockey players on it, and they just picked the ones with shit on the face and added them to the team, because there were a couple better people they could have had. But anyway, sorry. Nobody cares.
Yes, we should be talking about paramotors. So,
yes, of course.
Just before we wrap, I'm very excited. My paramotor helmet now allows me to do live comm, fly and talk to people at the same time. So I think that will make that style of video much better than it was before.
Very nice. I've thought so for a while. I've always wanted to hear you. And, like, you know, I want to hear if your voice is a little shaky, if you're feeling good, if you think something's funny up there. I want to know what's going through your head as you buzz the skies.
Right? I want to, like, see a deer, watch children play baseball from the sky. Anyway, I don't... call it a wrap?
Yeah.
All right. Painkiller Already, episode 301. I'm really curious as to how people react to the first hour. Be sure to check out our sponsors, links in the descriptions, and have a good night.